Welcome to Laurence Plays Factorio, Space Exploration with Krastorio². The story so far, we found ourselves stranded on a strange planet inhabited by vicious insects. But undeterred, we plundered the planet of its resources. After lengthy construction, which was strangely harder than expected, we managed to build a rocket and leave the planet. An abandoned space station provided a nice starting point for our continued research. Specks in the sky became planets, with exotic materials to learn. Join us on Monday for the next chapter in our bid to grow the factory even further. The factory must grow.
Hello, and welcome back for some more Laurence Plays, and it's Space Exploration Night. Yes, we're going to be doing some more Factorio, Space Exploration, and Krastorio². And thank you for the sub, Smurf, much appreciated. Hello to everyone who's here as well. David, Mike, Smurf again, and Mike again. Tack and Tristan, welcome all of you. Good to see you all here. And yes, so I've got as usual. I've got a list of things I spotted that were horribly broken when I was making the videos earlier. So got lots of bots flying. Massive bot frenzy going on over here, and no UPS for me. So yes, that's building up the low density structures as we saw. The biggest thing that I believe Marc is in the process of fixing it right now is down here where we've got all this junk on the on the copper belt. So down here, he's already switched that out for a green chest, so we shouldn't get the problem again. And maybe he's going to go down and make sure there aren't any other yellow chests. There's a couple more down here, so maybe swapping all of these over. Yeah, swapping all these for green chests would be a good idea, just to make things a little bit more sensible and a little bit less risky around here. And so everything, well, an awful lot of things are waiting for this to be this copper problem to be fixed, because as I was saying in the video, this is where the small electric motors are coming from, and well, we've got all of this copper has flowed through here because these motors are in very, very high demand. So we need a huge number of those for inserters, and I don't even know what else. There's an enormous amount of stuff that is using up all of this, all of the using up these motors though. So getting all those cleared up and sorted out is going to be very, very useful. And as you can see, Marc is busily over there doing that at the moment, picking up all the excess solar panels. I'm still, as I was saying in the video, I'm not quite sure how useful having these solar panels in is going to be. It's going to help a little bit with the UPS when things are turned during the day, but at night we're still going to need power from somewhere else. We're not going to be able to really shrink the capacity down very much. But still,
yeah, I was planning to have a steam battery for that.
Oh, a steam battery. Okay. Oh yes, of course you did say that. Sorry, I completely forgot. So yes, everyone, Marc is planning to make a steam battery. Okay, so that'll make a big help, because we have a strong suspicion that these massive power generation areas over here, well, it's tanked my frames per second even if the UPS has survived, but all this stuff over here is probably not going to be very good for our UPS, because there's going to be a lot of processing going on, because all of these have a lot of fluid handling in them. We've got the is this oxygen? Yeah, we've got oxygen, we've got steam, we've then got the biomethanol up here. There's water over here for growing the plants themselves. So there's a lot of fluid handling going on in there. There's a lot going on in here as well. It's just a huge amount of it. So if we can turn that into solar and steam battery, then things are going to hopefully be a lot saner. We also have a little bit of a bot frenzy going on over here. This is crazy. Look at all those bots. These are, as we also touched on, improving the supply of low density structures over here. So bumping everything up to the better belt types. But let's ignore all of that for now. Let's go back up to space, because this is where I'm doing stuff. So looking at the fix list, well, there's that Marc has done. There's a couple of rare metal problems that Tristan's dealing with, and right, the next thing, the big thing here, is, if I can press the right button, is regarding why some of my telescopes weren't working. Now, about 300 people pointed out to me in the video comments that they're not working because the coolant isn't getting up to them properly. So let's go in and have a look at that. So here we go. Yes,
I mean,
here.
all I'm going to say to that is if you'd got the coolant working properly, it'd been fine.
So over here, if we just ignore Mike's existence, but just on general principles, because Mike. Ooh,
We do know Mike. Mike is the best.
I have buttons saying that a hype train is close, and I'm not quite sure what to do about that. I think that's because I've had another subscription, so thank you, Calcium, much appreciated. Yes. So yes, let's find out what a hype train is, because I've not really found that one out yet. Anyway, over here, yes, there is no cold thermofluid in these pipes essentially. So that is the problem. Let's go down and ka-ching. Thank you, Calcium. That's going to help boost the train. I believe. I've seen them mentioned once or twice on other people's streams, but I haven't actually looked into what a real hype train is. But it seems to be coming, so I approve of that. And thank you, Johan. Much appreciated. Another Prime subscription there. So, what was I saying? Oh yes, we're trying to make some coolant over here, aren't we? So where is the problem? The problem is with taking the cool thermofluid and turning it into cold thermofluid. So I've got a load of chillers along here, and you know what? I think I'm going to do this the easy way, and I'm just going to pack these full of speed modules, because I mean, everyone's been. I feel like a lot of people encourage me to use more speed modules, and they're not wrong. Having speed. How do I even? Oh yeah, up here, isn't it? Module inserter. Right. So over here, we want to say a cooler thing, hypercooler. They're not wrong. Putting in the speed modules it'll probably be good for UPS if nothing else. So I think that's very worth doing. Now we don't have tier 3 speed modules up here, but I think we do have tier 2s. So let's go for those and see if that works. So upgrade all of those, and that should give us a nice speed boost there. We should get a bit more of the coolant. Oh, thank you once again, Johan. Very much appreciated. Loads of gifted subs in there. That's fantastic. Thank you. So that's going to be congratulations to everyone who's just picked up a gifted sub, and make sure you say thank you to Johan. Okay, so we will now bring over the modules over to here. Ooh, and here come the bots at about 1 frame per second. So these will the bot frenzies are indeed a frenzy. So let's see. We'll get those modules over here. We'll see how much that's going to boost the speed by, because it did seem to be sort of about enough before I started. We had enough coolers over here before, and then I came in and tripled the amount of science we were doing. So that's almost certainly going to be what's caused the issues here. So if we can get those speed modules in there, if this triples the speed, which I don't think it's going to, then we'll be fine. But I suspect it's going to be not quite there. The cheers are still coming through. This is amazing. So how fast are we going there? We're going plus 120%, so slightly more than double speed. It might be enough. We'll see. We shall see in a moment. And of course, once all these start running properly, we'll get a backlog of the frames, and then a backlog of the data cards, and things should then calm down a little bit. Entertainment tax. So is that something else you're being? I don't know. Right, yes. Okay, it went from a sad face to a winky face. Yes, I'll happily accept that. Oh yes, and I'm afraid Tristan is hosting today, and he's on Windows, and that means we're going to get these saves popping up that break the gameplay every sort of 20 minutes, half an hour, whatever it's set to. So I apologise for that.
35 minutes.
35 minutes. That's a nice round number. Okay. So how are we cooling now? Well, there's some in this pipe. This tank here is there's now 1700 in this tank. Does that mean this pipe is full? No, it doesn't mean the pipe's full, but it does mean things are improving. Now it would be nice to have this sort of in line with this pipe, so all the fluid flows through it and the pumps go directly in and out of it. But I'm not going to worry about that too much, because it seems like we are now, I don't know, It's oscillating around in the 20s, so let's come back in a few minutes and see if that looks better and see if that's fixed the problem. As it is, we should find that we're now getting significantly more data cards flowing out here. So that's a massive improvement. It's not enough for the. I don't mean data cards. I mean exposed frames. So this has made a big difference, a big improvement. In fact, all the telescopes are either working or have stalled because they've filled up their outputs. So that's great. This system is now working flat out, full speed for the number of telescopes we've got. So if all of those are working, that means the pipe is probably gradually filling up. Well, let's look at the bottom end again. Yeah, it's now high 20s, low 30s. So yeah, that's fixed. That's gradually catching up. So that problem is now sorted. We've got this flood, as I say, of the frames coming out here. We're making more of the cards. We'll just leave it. We'll now leave this for a bit and see if the cards do build up down here properly as I wanted. So that has sorted a look at why some of the telescopes are sad. So that's good. I wanted to set limits on catalog pickup stations. So had I not done that? Is that not what you're doing? Yeah. So you're a catalog pickup station. Yeah. So I've set a limit here. Maybe it's just Tristan's one where we haven't set a limit. No, these are limited as well. Okay, I don't know why I said I needed to put a limit on the catalogue pickup stations. I'm mildly confused. Maybe that was just me thinking I needed to do something that I'd already done. Or I don't know, but it seems to be set up correctly, so I'm not going to touch it. I'll probably find soon that it's actually something completely different that I wanted to worry about. Oh yes, new radiator recipe. Right, so all of these radiators along here that are cooling the thermofluid down, they are running merrily. How are we doing for thermofluid in here? This is yeah, there's a decent amount in there, and this pipe here with the cool stuff in, that's kind of empty. That's a little bit of a worry, because what I'm about to do is going to slow these machines down. So you see, we're going to go from the this recipe we're using at the moment, which takes 10 seconds to do to turn 50 thermofluid into 49 cool thermofluid. We're going to switch over to this one, which takes 200 seconds, so it's 20 times the time in order to do 10 times the product. But it has a tenth of the loss. So I'm going to switch over to this one so that I don't lose as much thermofluid, because we're kind of short of thermofluid. So we'll do that to all of these. Now hopefully these are on the efficient thermofluid recipe. They're now going to need to suck in enormous quantities of thermofluid before they can run. It's then going to take 200 seconds, and then we're going to get a massive flood of it coming out. I probably shouldn't have done them all in one really big thing like that. Oh, a level 2 hype train emote has been received. Gosh, that is apparently a thing. So yes, we're now going to have this thing where it's going to be pulling in all the thermofluid like this relatively slowly. Then they're all going to run more or less simultaneously, I suspect, and then dump a huge amount out in one go. So it's not the most even way of doing it, but never mind, I guess. We will get a sudden massive flood of it, hopefully when we need it. Right, so that's the new radiator. Oh no, I should copy the new radiator recipe over to everyone else's radiators as well. Speak now or forever hold your peace. If you don't want me to upgrade your cross-grade your radiators, you may need to double the number of them you have.
It's okay, I've not
Do we
really
have concrete
sized
we've
mine
made
yet.
in orbit?
Do we have it being made in orbit? Do we have it in orbit at all?
Or do we have it present in orbit? Let's rephrase it like that.
I don't think so. I don't remember needing it for anything, because most of the time, apart from the sciences, for building wise, you use concrete for making ground buildings, and you use heat shield tiles and low density structures for making space buildings. So I suspect we don't.
Okay.
And upgrade all of these. I might just do half of these for now. Let them fill up and start running, and then do the other ones, because otherwise we're going to have that same sort of slight concern of a lack of thermofluid. I think we are still very, very short of thermofluid. We're not making it as fast as we would ideally like to, and whilst you don't really use up very much of it, and it's now going to be, with these new recipes, it's going to be even less of it is going to get actually used up. It's still could do with quite a lot more in the tanks here to be used. A bot got shot down on Norvis. That is indeed a no on Norvis. Sorry, a no on concrete, Mike, I believe.
Okay, no worries.
Ooh.
Concrete.
Okay, so let's have a look at the thermofluid now. So we've got 4 machines making it along here. What's limiting them? Is it just the speed they run at? It does appear to be just simply the speed they run at. They have this pipe here is reasonably full. Oops, another one. This pipe here is completely empty. All right, I take it back. There is we don't have enough chem gel to be doing more of this. So I think I'm going to expand this area down here a little bit. But the question is, do we have the we've got barrels of heavy oil in there, and we have a decent amount in this pipe, so we should be okay there. I guess the amount down, the lower amounts down here are just because it's all getting slurped up by all these chemical plants and other animals. This might be a reason to put in additional pumps just to keep the pressure up down here. Yeah, 6 machines of thermofluid is potentially not enough. However, increasing that is not going to work because we don't have enough chem gel to deal with that. So first thing second, I mean, or possibly even first, if we're really lucky. This needs to be about that wide. Yes. Let's get some more of this down here.
Do we have concrete being made on Novus?
On the bus.
On the bus, yeah, not on the net.
Okay.
So you can request it to come up to the space station, I suspect, if you want.
I was thinking about getting delivery cannon to the right place.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably better.
Factorials near that.
Yeah, that was my fair.
And if it's only being made on the bus, then it's not
Feel free
easy.
to make a concrete town.
Concrete
It's not a bad
town
show.
sounds a bit Soviet.
I'm just having a look around to see where things are being made.
The recycling belt seems to be running quite nicely. Nothing seems to be gumming it up at the moment. Now, granted, Mike is going to do his best to break that.
The size of the recyclers.
Oh, I meant the one in space.
Ah,
Recycling system up here is working quite nicely. The I'm getting horrible frame rate lag.
Almost drops the
artillery.
thing.
Might
Oh
be-
yeah, there's a lot of artillery going on.
Oh right. Okay, our computers cannot cope with artillery. Yes. Okay. Roll on the solar and steam batteries. But yeah, as I was saying, the recycling system down here is working quite nicely. Oh, my frames. Interestingly, it said 9 frames per second, but we just got smoother. Anyway, so yes, we're dealing with the scrap as fast as we need to down here. The barrels are actually getting. Oh no, we're not. No, I'm not. Oh dear, this is slightly painful. Concrete Town is just the Concrete Town needs to be referred to as the Soviet area, or the Soviet. I don't know. I feel like I need a word that means somewhere between union and town. Did they have a name for Soviet
Commune.
Commune? Maybe.
Well, that's kind of the definition is your village, or it's your community. Your village or town or whatever.
Yeah.
That's where it comes from.
Makes sense.
We did have a giant array of guns on Novus firing artillery cannon things, firing stuff up into various places. I actually can't remember where it is.
There are several of them for
Thank you.
many different reasons.
Top left. You want to here.
Does depend what you want.
Here.
Yeah, all the oil stuff is coming from over here, for example. A lot of them.
You mean the?
Yeah, I meant for delivery cannons.
What I quite like is that a lot of the delivery cannon rank areas are quite obvious because you've got this lovely diagonal pattern going on, like there and there. It's looks quite cool on the map.
Okay, and that's near enough to supply of everything I need.
That's a lot of solar,
Hmm.
and it's a lot of dark solar. Do you think if I shine my torch on it like this, then we'll generate a bit of power?
Ironstone.
Oh yes, I was fiddling with this over here, wasn't I? So we would putting down an expansion potential over here for the thermofluid and the chemical gel. Yes, that seems like a good plan to me. This pipe set layout is a little bit weird, so let's put in, let's get rid of that and replace it with a pipe going straight through there, like that. Let's switch it back up. I don't know which mode I want to be in for this sort of shenaniganery. And let's put this in like this. And then we can put more of the chemical gel plants in over here. In fact, I can do that already. So we're going to, once again here, we're going to need an underground system like that. And for this one, whatever this one is. Oh, okay. So we are also. This is petroleum gas. We are getting through so much petroleum gas, we just can't keep the pipes full. Great. So that's going to be a bit more of a problem than the lack of whatever the previous thing I was complaining about having a shortage of was. Yeah, I think that might actually be our limiting factor. We're going to be limited on how much thermofluid we can make based on how much. Sorry, I've just lost the ability to word. Based on how much petroleum gas we're able to bring up in by delivery cannon over here. And at the moment, I assume the delivery cannon at the bottom is working fairly solidly and just passing them straight through. But it's not. It's just not enough. Sorry?
Did you speed module it?
The delivery cannon?
No, the petroleum unpacking from the barrels.
Oh no, I haven't. That's an interesting idea. I hadn't really thought about speed moduling the debarrel. No, I think it's a quantity of the. No, it's the rate the barrels are coming up. The unbarreler is capable of keeping up. 1, 2, 3, 4. So actually, I'm not sure why I'm putting in more of these machines. To be honest, it's not going to help. Oh well, it's a nice started, so I'll finish. I think I've started putting these in, so I might as well carry on a little bit further. There we go. Okay, so that won't actually help at all, but we are generating thermofluid at a reasonable quantity. I mean, we've got about half a train's worth down here, so in a little while we can bring the train over and get it filled up and send it on its way. And one of the random places around here will gather that extra thermofluid. So over here, how are we now doing? Now we've upgraded over here. We have nothing in this pipe at all, and we have nothing in this pipe at all because presumably because all of these radiators are running very, very slowly, trying desperately to get up to a completion. I think I might need to speed module these as well. So this is going to turn into Laurence fills everything up with speed modules, isn't it? I can just sense this. That one. And I suppose I'd probably better do the same up here as well, or we're going to run out at some point in the not too distant future. Okay. So that's compensated for the fact that I've just I chose a slower recipe. I've compensated for it by putting in speed modules to make everything run twice as fast. Ooh, big grid's under attack. Under lots of attack.
Oh, it is?
Yes. Let's have a look-see. Oh, they've broken through the walls. Chomp, chomp, chomp. There. I mean,
that's the attack you had on your video.
Yeah.
Or on your,
yeah. So they are going to be disposed of eventually. They're going to lose eventually, but there's a little bit of a problem. Oh, actually, it's covered by Roboports, so it will get fixed up automatically. We just need to, probably put in a lot more towers, laser turrets, and maybe extend it out into the sea as well.
Yeah, already doing that.
Cool. Sorry, a bit of a pointing out the obvious there. I do apologise. Right, so how are we getting on? New radiator recipe, done that. Correct fluid inputs for nutrient gel production, that's a Marc thing. Demolish old energy science area and reprogram train, etc. That's a Tristan thing. Well, at least the demolishing the old energy science area is. Dealing with the biosludge from the bus, I'll do that. Might as well. So, on the bus, we've been doing various sciencey things along here. Like, for example, we've been whichever of the sciences this is we're doing around here, we're producing a certain amount. We're playing with the chemical gel a little bit. I don't mean chemical gel. I mean the cosmic water a bit. And that means, and as we do that, we're producing some of the contaminated stuff as well. And so in the process of cleaning that up, that produces contaminated biosludge, which we then clean out into nice clean biosludge and also contaminated scrap. Now the clean biosludge is coming down to here. We've got 4,800 of it. So what I would like to do is take this out of here and put it into barrels and drop it onto the disposal belt. And hopefully down here, if I've designed it properly and remembered everything, we've got. I haven't. We need another machine in down here to take out the to unbarrel the well, I need to put in another machine down, another breakout down here somewhere in order to take off the bio goop and put it into these tanks here, the biosludge, and put it into these tanks here so Marc can take it away later. Right, okay, so there's two stages needed for that. Let's actually do the this part of it first, because if I don't have somewhere along here for it to be removed from the bus, then we're going to have problems. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to flip it, and I'm going to put it in. I'm going to try and put it in here. It's not going to let me. So I'm going to take out one of the pieces of belt. Then I'm going to put it in here. Flipped around the other way. And the reason I'm doing that is because this will stop any of these random other things going out down this belt here and getting in the way and polluting my belt. Okay, Johan. Well, you've had quite an impact on the stream already. So, well, thank you very much for that, and catch you when you've had your dinner. So the next thing to do will be to get rid of this pipe here because it's in the way. Then we'll put in another machine over here, probably like that. And then we'll bring the barrels from here over to here, put them in there, like that, and then take out the empty barrels there, put in another underground pipe there like that, and go up there like that, and link it on there. There we go. So that'll allow the cosmic water to flow back down here, and then this machine here will do the emptying of the barrels, and the empty barrels can be put onto the belt here, and they'll be taken away and disposed of. So that's nice and easy. There's a really convenient place to put that in. So that was good. I approve of that. I am going to have to wait for the bots to bring me all the stuff I need. There we go. There's just bang on time. Then over here, I want to empty the biosludge barrels, which is that one. And we can rotate it like that, and it'll dump straight into there. And here, we actually want you to be filtering out the biosludge barrels. That's a lubricant. That's beryllium. That's biosludge. There we go. Biosludge barrels will come around this way and will be loaded in there. That's got no power because of reasons. Let's put that in there to fix that problem. Right, that's sorted. That means we can now deal with biosludge barrels coming into this area. Great, because up here, we are going to make some biosludge barrels because we've got this tank here that I was talking about earlier. So, what's going to be the best way to do this? This is a scrap disposal belt. So that means this goes onto the same belt that takes scrap everywhere else. It takes scrap down from everything else down into the system over there. So if I put in an assembly machine up here, it's going to need a supply of steel, actually. That's going to be slightly awkward, but I'll bring it filtered in up here somehow. And I'll just try and make sure I don't accidentally grab the lube because it's also green. So that's going to be something to be careful of. So put in a barreler there, and a barrel making machine there, I think, because then I can bring steel up this gap here if I can find it on the bus. Here it is, this one. So down here, so down here, put in a bit of an underground like that, slightly bigger than it needs to be, but that's okay. Then I have a splitter in. Where is it? Here. Nope, not that. Here. A belt comes up like that, and then we go underground. Going underground. And then up here, dip under there like that. And that will get me the steel I need for this machine, which gets me the barrels I need for this machine. And then we need a pipe like that. And we can tell this one that it's to barrel up the biosludge like that. It'll pull it out of here, not out of the lube pipes, because that would not help. You are going to make barrels. That's nice and easy. If I can find them, then it's easy. Let's use the search control. There it is, barrels. Oh yeah, and I need a belt going up here. Right, that was reasonably straightforward. Oh, it needs power as well, because of course. There we go. Now, granted, I haven't left any room for expansion here, but I don't really expect to need any. This system is very, very self-contained. I should probably look into what this is being used for. Where does this even come from? I'm not sure we're actually doing anything with this cosmic water along here. To an extent, though, I don't care because we do want to get rid of this biosludge, and I don't want to just vent it to lack of atmosphere, because that feels wasteful. I'd rather do it properly. So at least this way we now have a system for getting rid of it if we do end up with any on the bus at any point in the future. It's just been a little bit
contaminated scrap.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, that's true. That's a use. That's
which we
thing.
can just dump on the disposal belt.
We can do that, and also we're going to be getting rid of the source of the contaminated scrap. So actually, this area doesn't do anything. However, pulling all of this up is still going to be vaguely worthwhile. I haven't got rid of it because we've got the tank of it over there that needs to be got rid of somehow. And I feel it's better to put it pass it over somewhere than just to sit on it and stockpile it. I don't think Marc is going to be passing any biosludge down that way in barrels because he's got his own recycling facilities over there, which, as I said in the video, makes a lot of sense because he's going to be producing a lot of biosludge and contaminated goos and things like that. So having that just pass round and round and round in the local area makes a lot of sense. There's no point in just sort of turning huge amounts of steel into barrels and then back into steel again just for fun. So yeah, okay with that. But there we go. Now we can get this biosludge coming out here. There is another source of it just over here, where we are cleaning out the life support canisters and putting them back in here so they can then be brought back out to us so we don't all suffocate. And that is also generating contaminated cosmic water and contaminated biosludge. So both of these, ideally, would be also be put into barrels. And we have an unbarreling. We have a system over here that is turning barrels into back into steel and then feeding it onto the onto the scrap belt of all places to then be brought over here and then filtered out and put back into the... I remember setting this up, but it's now kind of out of date and silly, as is often the case. There's a transmitter over here that isn't set up to do anything. Oh, that'll be Mike's concrete. Okay, that's fine.
Is that concrete?
I'm not sure, but it's going on to here. It goes all the way up here, and is then used. It wants to be concrete.
Okay. I will be with it shortly.
That's fine. It's not my problem. Not my circus. Not my monkeys. I'm going to demolish some of this stuff along here because it's not needed anymore. You know, just try and keep the base tidy. Don't get used to it. Might not happen again.
I was going to say, that seems reluctantly out of character. Are you sure you're feeling all right?
I'll check my pulse later. Let's get rid of all of that. Bots can take it away. That's fine. So, yes, there's this area over here. Now, I think what I'm going to do... I want to take the barrels from here because there are barrels here, rather than feeding them into these recyclometrons. But there's already a system set up here, so I could take the steel, grab from the steel production and turn it back into barrels, but that seems ridiculous and stupid. And tell you what I'm gonna... We don't need barrel recycling here actually at all. Let's get rid of this, because the barrels can be recycled down with the rest of all the barrel recycling. So what I'll do is I'll feed this up here, bring it round, and reverse it down here, and then up here we can have an additional 2 assembly machines that are taking in the 2 goops from down here and picking up and disposing of the of the fluids we don't want. So we'll have one there and one there. Each of these can then have a long-handled inserter to bring in and putting out like that. And then we'll need to feed the pipes from here like this, which is only going to be slightly convoluted. And this, there we go. And we're going to need power up there as well, because of course we are. Like that, there we go. You are going to be doing, what are you doing? You're doing contaminated cosmic water barrels, which is, it's going to be a sort of weird bluish colour. That one? Contaminated cosmic water, yes, that one. From there. You are going to be doing contaminated biosludge. Contaminated biosludge. From there. And they can grab the barrels as they come past, like this. I was going to say I suspect the first one is going to take the lion's share of them to start with, but actually it doesn't seem to be the case. The long-handled inserters are slow enough that by the time the second barrel comes round, it hasn't finished disposing of the first barrel, so the second machine gets it. I expect the rate of production here to be so low that this system here, ugly though it is going to easily be able to keep up with it. And also, this belt down here does conveniently, and I'm going to check this because I'll feel very silly if I'm wrong about this, but yes, it drops straight onto the scrap disposal belt, which dumps it along here. We now could probably get rid of this steel disposal system that goes up here because I don't think we need it anymore. We've now taken the steel off in a different way. Hello, Chloe. Welcome to the stream. Yes, things are going well so far. I'm Actually, I'm reorganising and trying to make things better and tidier. So, and clear up some of the junk I left behind from my earlier processing facilities. Now we have a bit more space for it all. So that then all runs down here. There we go. We've got some barrels of biosludge coming down here. They've got split onto 2 belts here. That's fine. We don't mind about that. Comes all the way down here, down, way down here. Passes harmlessly through here, and then there we go. Yes, the biosludge barrels are being brought out over here, and the empty barrels are then being chucked out over this side. Now, in about 10 minutes, probably, we'll get the other the barrels of the contaminated stuff coming through here, and those should then be filtered out by these 2 systems, and we'll be able to, and then we'll have a few more barrels going out onto the disposal system, but not a great deal more. I am still concerned about the amount of steel we are generating over here, because this is going to become a problem in the not too distant future. So I'm not sure what we're going to do with this, actually. I think in the short term, that's a bot snake. I think in the short term I might have to put in a train that brings it up and drops it off at a station here, and just dumps it into the system up here in much the same way that we're doing at the moment with the memory cards, because I'm not quite sure how else to get rid of it, to be honest. It could be a bit of a problem. And we are still, I believe, using quite a lot of steel here. Yeah, it's still trickling out at a fair rate. So I think if we do that, that'll probably deal with that nicely. Well, why is there a load of bots carrying scaffolding around over here? That's a bit weird. Anyway, oh, they'll be bringing it over to build stuff up for Marc. That's fine. It's kind of strange playing a game with other people, because you get suddenly you'll see a load of bots flying past and you go, I don't remember building anything. Oh wait, it was somebody else. You know, because there are other people playing this game as well. It's not just me. So I need to be a little less solipsistic.
You noticed.
Touche.
There we go. So I'll put that there and get rid of that bit of it. Yeah, I don't notice unless it affects me. Like I can't see the bit of the factory I'm trying to talk about because there's this sort of screen of bots just completely hiding it from me. Hello, Brett. I'm glad. I'm glad to hear you're finding it helpful. I mean, yeah, we come in here and we make all the mistakes, so you don't have to. Yes.
What's this we of which you speak? I don't remember making
all right.
mistakes.
Okay. We're here, so Mike makes all the mistakes, so you don't have to.
Yeah, we'll work with it.
Reminds me a little bit of, there's a YouTube channel I follow where their unofficial tagline is the home of automotive financial mistakes. This is going to be steel drop-off. Yeah, and it's going to be enabled when there's less than a bajillion steel in it. Your steel plate. I mean, to be honest, actually, with some of the car purchases I've done recently, I suspect my channel could almost be the home of automotive financial mistakes as well. Now, so that's a little bit unfair. The only car I've purchased recently has actually been pretty good. It was the 2 before that were the problem. Actually reminds me, I need to get round to making some videos about my recent cars and things like that, because I haven't yet, and I've been meaning to for ages. But they're both convertible, so I sort of want to wait until the weather's a bit nicer to do so. Presumably this red cable goes to all of these. So I want to pump this in here whenever there's less than how much is there in here? 4,000. Okay, is that because this other choppy machine, yes, this one pumps them in when, what's this set? What was this connected to? 4K. Okay, so we'll make this one 5K whenever steel plate is less than 5,000, and I shall show you why, in case you haven't guessed. The idea is that we want to use the steel plates that are being brought up from the barrel recycling first. So they'll come up, dropped off here, pour down the belt and into here, and so we'll fill those up until the system down here has 5,000 in it, and that means this will be this if there is any steel available here, we'll keep this warehouse at 5,000 steel plates. But if we ever run out on the belt up here, and this then dips down below 4,000, then this machine over here will kick back in and we'll bring some more over so we don't ever run out of steel, because this is using the steel that's brought up from Norvis in ingot form, which is a much more efficient way of transporting it. But so there's the logistic challenge, the logistics cost of bringing the stuff up in the rocket. So we want to avoid that if we can, and also we want to recycle the byproducts as much as we can.
Laurence, speaking of rockets, you may request in orbit via robot network vitamin extract.
Oh, okay. So we've got a vat of that now.
For handcrafting.
Cool, great. Oh yes, there it is. I won't be able to automatically roboport. Oh yes, I can. I missed that. That red chest was so small compared to everything else around it. I completely missed it. Awesome, thank you. I shall for my next trick then. As soon as I've finished sorting out this steel thing here, for my next trick I shall sort out the supplies of sort out the productivity modules for the in the science labs, because that's very worth doing. Thank you. Right, next thing I shall steal this train. Probably. Make sure there isn't a steel train in there before I steal the train. Yes, so we've got down there. What are you called? You're not called steel pickup. You're about to be called steel pickup, though.
Do we have it? Let me turn this round because I'm sensing a pattern. We've got a rail line that runs the length of the sort of Norbit space station. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Do we have anything on that rail line? No. Okay. Right.
Would you like to be more specific?
We have branches coming off it. In theory, there is nothing on that railway line because it should be being used for, well, other things. Sorry, it's a main line. Other things should be off it, is what I actually meant to say. So. Yeah, it should just be a main line that's a trunk going from A to B. Please don't put any stations on it.
I wasn't planning to put any stations on it. What I actually meant was this whole network that we got in Norbit.
Mm-hmm.
At present, how's it going? Have we got copper up here? No. Have we got iron up here? No. Plastic up here? No.
Oh, I see.
No.
At the moment, because we are still in the mid phase of switching over from rockets to more advanced systems, we don't have a proper supply and demand system on Norbit. Sorry. What we do have is sort of overflows from some places. So there is. I mean, at the moment, I'm grabbing a train's worth of steel from a steel pickup station that is the dump place for the recycling. So yeah, in theory, there will be stuff that we want to get rid of in Norbit, but I don't expect there to actually be proper supplies in Norbit. So it's things like, it would be nice if you could take these away and add them into your system, but please don't rely on it. Oh, and one of the alerts is alerted.
Okay. So.
Oh, it's just barrels whining unnecessarily. I think that might be a little oversensitive. I'm going to increase the sensitivity a little bit. Decrease the sensitivity a little bit.
Fair enough.
Just having a bit of a thunk about how I'm going to do this then. So what I realistically need is a system that can, requirements analysis, I need to draw in the byproducts from other systems. I need to fill in the immediate term the missing resources from that, and then I need to make sure I've got a bit of longevity in the system such that when we go to the next major stage, i.e. either spaceships or
space elevator is going to be the next
space
big
elevator. I can. Oop, there's an alarm going off. That is horrible. I thought it was baby crying for a second. Okay, so I'm thinking then.
I don't know why that's happened. What? Why is there rare metals being dumped down here?
I knew you had a rare metal station, so I was assuming that it was going to get picked up.
Oh, I see.
But it wasn't.
Right, okay. Tristan's filled up the emergency chest with rare metal. Actually, he hasn't filled it up. It's just there's only one inserter filling it up.
Yeah.
So I've got good news and I've got bad news. The good news is that I have a solution. for all the solids. The bad news is that I have got no idea what to do with the liquids.
Liquids should be fine.
You
No,
shouldn't have.
liquids should be.
We don't have any lube being produced in orbit.
We do. We actually have.
No.
Actually, we have. So
Well,
lube can be brought up by delivery cannon in barrels. That is the current short-term solution to it. There is a station here. Is this a drop-off or a pickup? I forget.
It was intended as a drop-off.
Okay.
However, for short term, it could be a pickup.
That might not actually
Since
not be the worst idea.
That way, we have one station, one location where it's receiving stupid amounts of it.
This is
rather
my
than-
interim solution. It's obviously not complete. With this core concept, I will need signal receiver somewhere. I'm thinking down there.
Transmitter, but yeah,
What did I say?
receiver.
receiver.
Let's have one of those as well. Why not? Let's spice it up big style. Yoink.
Yeah, and for your liquid, you could do the same sort of thing. You could have your delivery cannon chest about here, and then a machine to empty empty barrels here, where I've just put in a second delivery cannon because I'm unhelpful. Cannon chest, or you could feed it down from, or you could have one delivery cannon chest that feeds all of them. But yeah, your current system is probably going to be fine. But yes, I would agree. That is how I would. I think I approve of that setup. I think that's
Thank
good.
you.
And you
It's-
can use.
I mean, it's obviously the best system that it could be because I came up with it and I am the best.
Because you
The
can
idea
use,
was
it allows
gonna
you, it
go
allows you to
for-
prioritize as well. So that's yeah.
The
Seems fine.
thing we were going to go for is sushi trains,
Oh, true.
long term.
Well, I mean, we don't all have to do the same system,
True.
but yeah, we were thinking of
yeah.
sushi trains. A sushi train in this context being so in the same way that the rocket at the moment that feeds them all, basically that, but going into a train instead of into a rocket. At least that's what I was planning to do.
Hmm.
Okay. I'm going to start putting filters on everything. It's the only way this is not going to get. Oh no!
Hello, Semi.
Chat.
Yes, nearly
I
all of us.
regret everything.
Nearly all of us are in space. I think Marc is down on Norvis at the moment, but
Yep.
he's spending at least some of his time working on things in space. So we're all, at the moment we're all trying to do the science in our own colour. But Marc has
Hey,
been
go
briefly
back to
distracted
school,
by a couple of broken things,
It was nice on there. I just had to deal with the occasional swarm of biters trying to eat my face off.
and the occasional your brain filling up with the iridium recipe.
Yeah, but that was now a solved problem.
Fish strain. Yeah, I don't know if we've got enough fish for a fish strain. We might. I suppose we already have. We could already have a chip strain, given that lots of people refer to these as green, red, and blue chips.
I'm actually planning to have a fish drop-off train station for bio.
Oh right, okay.
Do you need that? Is it not circular? And
Yeah, it is, but just to get rid of fish.
We don't really need to get rid of fish because Mike just eats them all when he goes into combat.
No.
In my SE run, I think I've survived like 100 hours or something just on the fish from my robot network on Novus.
Okay.
So I basically when I thought last stream when I thought about the setup, I'm not sure if I've ever set up these self-sufficient biosludge systems.
Efficient.
I think I always, just harvested more wood and fish from Novus.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay. Yeah, won't knock it.
I will.
Right, you're disabled. Okay, good. Oh
with
yes, my
greenhouses. That's
next plan.
pretty simple now to have enough wood.
Yeah, that's true. So, as I said,
that.
my next trick, I shall flit merrily back over here, and I need to get all of the high tier productivity modules I can find. And they're probably, I'm assuming they're going to be in one of these warehouses. I don't know why I'm not just asking the bots for them, to be honest. There's 16 of them. Yeah, let's just ask the bots for them because there might be some tucked away somewhere that I haven't found. So any of these, I would like a bajillion of those, please. Let's see how many arrive. Okay, yeah, I was right. There were some more in one of the warehouses down here. Any more? Oh, there are. We've got quite a lot of these. Actually, we've got quite a lot of these modules up here. I might actually be able to make all the modules I needed. Oh, and it's only 2 to 1 now, isn't it? So it's even better. Are you having a crisis?
I missed the station. There we go. It may or may not have accidentally flown off the end of the station.
Were you in a train when you did this? And I'm just
No.
imagining a train just drifting off into space.
I couldn't be bothered to walk, so I jetpacked and then forgot to
Okay.
jetpack and just went. Whoosh!
Oh yeah, okay. I've done that a few times. We don't know. We should research productivity module 5 soon, because I think we have got enough productivity modules that isn't going to be an unreasonable thing to start doing. I do need some machine learning data though, and I believe that's being made in smallish, in quantity, acceptable quantities over here. So there's 4. There's another 4. There's another 4. That's now more than enough. So now I can make 1. What? Got loads of prod 3. Oh, it's 120 vitamelange extract for each one. Okay, that's a bit more. That's a lot more vitamelange extract than I was expecting. I just didn't grab enough. Let's go and get some more. Hello, Madman. I don't know how you managed to miss the start of the stream. I'm pretty sure I advertised it. Remember to advertise it this time. I know why. It'll be because there's been an hour change. So it started an hour earlier than I would otherwise, because the clocks went forwards this morning. Not this morning, but recently. So yeah, that'll be why.
I discovered that yesterday.
Synced with the
when-
EU time change.
Sorry?
Because I would think, is it still synced? Because our in Germany was also this weekend. So
Oh, okay.
I would assume that, with Brexit and all, you just, for the fun of it, changed it the weekend or something.
I do have various problems with our changes, but whether with them being out of sync with Europe is apparently not one of them. I just wasn't sure.
No, it's a little. In fact, post Brexit, we now at 1 o'clock in the morning go back to midnight, or in this case, at midnight go forwards to 1 o'clock in the morning instead of at 0000 hours going to 0100 hours.
Really?
Yep.
Okay.
If anyone thinks I'm serious there, then please don't DM me.
And I have to admit, if I had my way, if I was in charge of these sort of things, then I would get rid of the daylight saving time switches completely, because as far as I can tell, in the modern world, they're basically just there to annoy people.
Yes.
And I would put us on GMT +2, so double summertime, and just leave it there all year round. Because that way, even in the winter, you could leave work and it would still be light, and you'd be able to, do stuff after work and things like that. So, yeah.
Quick question on the decider combinators, because I don't use them that often. The anything signal, if anything is less than 0, then output 1 of anything. That means it will only output an anything signal if there's an actual anything. Wait, no, that won't work, will it?
It'll never output
That
an
will
anything
limit it
signal,
to
'cause there's no
only
such
the
thing as an
negative
anything.
signals.
So if I have anything is less than, let's call it 100 for the sake of argument, output is anything 1, then
Yeah,
if
you
anything
need a
is
signal
less than
to calculate it. So if you have no signal on it, it won't calculate.
Okay, so it's if I change that to, let's just do it for the 100. So anything is less than 100, this one here.
Yeah.
Output anything 1. So if I have randomly, let's say 10 steel going in, it will output 1 steel. Is that
Yes.
correct? Yes, cool. Okay, thank you.
The one thing I wasn't sure about of that is, if you have 10 steel and 200 copper going in, would it output 1 of each, or is it
No,
smart
it
enough
will
to
output a steel. I
Okay.
believe.
Because it would have, if there would be something that was less than 100, and therefore and then it would output 1. I was wondering if it would then output 1 of everything, but it wouldn't. That wouldn't be what you generally want it to do. But you never know; things don't always do quite what you want them to do. Actually, no, that's not quite true. In Factorio, they usually do exactly what you would want and expect them to do. So
Mike, put a constant combinator into it and test it.
Yep.
Okay, Doopy, I will need a lot more followers and subscribers before I become king of the world, I'm afraid. Okay, so we got a new that hype train earlier. We got a new all-time high of level 2 and 30. Oh, and it completed at level 3, 30%.
Sorry, don't mind me.
What have you done?
Nothing's happened. It's fine.
Have you just
Nothing,
accidentally ordered everything?
No. Don't look. It's fine. Nothing's happened. Oh, nothing did happen. Oh, that's good. That's fine.
I assume there's no receivers for material science.
There is. That's why I suddenly panicked. I just realised that I hadn't actually turned the guns on, because thinking about it, I applied brain earlier and thought, I'm not going to turn the guns on because I know I'm going to connect something up incorrectly.
Boom go the guns. Okay, that's enough. That's enough productivity modules.
Right, okay.
Right, we're now cooking with plus no, that's speed. Where's effect productivity? Oh, there we go. Plus 60% research productivity. So
Nice.
for every science pack that goes in, we're doing 1.6 researches. Excellent. And we're still going at more than double, just slightly more than double normal speed, because we've got a thing down here that's got tier 2 speed modules in it, which are a little slow, but that's okay because we're not producing the other sciences particularly quickly. Ooh, a train has clearly arrived with some catalogs in it, so we're now starting to produce the insights again up here. That's very nice, very much appreciated, because they can then come down here and we can turn them into significant datas, and that means we can start doing the Astro science again. Just out of curiosity, here we go. Prod 5 is going to require Bio 1. So actually, that's not going to be that far off. Because Marc is partway through producing the catalogues for Bio 1. And I just need to then put in the Science Motorium system up here. So basically, a copy of this thing that Tristan's currently looking at. Another copy of this, but in green for Marc. And then another one in orange for Mike, of course, once he gets to that stage as well. And then we'll have, then we can get even better productivity modules to go in here, and so on. Ooh, let's have a look at how the coolantage is going on down here. So now we have no coolant in here still, because presumably, I was going to say presumably, but that's not a word. It's all the coolant is getting hogged by these radiators. So they are now trying to, so instead of them basically holding on 100 each, they're now trying to hold up to 500 each, and that's causing problems. That means all of the thermofluid has just disappeared into the radiators, and they're all just sitting on it and holding it. It'd be much nicer if this recipe was, I suppose it can't be 50 to 49.9 because maths, but I'm sure they could have come up with some averaging and ratios and stuff like that, but oh well. Still, it's an improvement, and I think it's worth it. We just need to deliver a lot more thermofluid over here, and that, as we discussed earlier, is rather reliant on me producing more thermofluid over here, which is reliant on us producing. Well, we've got some heavy oil. It's reliant on producing the chemical gel a bit quicker, which is currently limited by petroleum gas. So let's actually go back and have a look as to why we've not got as much of this as we'd like. And I mean, it's almost. I know it's because down here on Norvis, well, not here. This is the solar area, but down here in the oily area, presumably, this is being chucked in here as fast as possible. Yeah. Pretty much, and then we are limited by how fast this this delivery cannon can run. Now, maybe I should put in a second delivery cannon. It's a possibility. There is room for another one down here. Wiring it into this connection stuff up here would be a slight faff, but not too difficult. Or I could just sort of deal with it for now and accept that it's going to be a bit slow for the time being until we get the space elevator up and running. I could put 2 on the other side, that's a possibility. The better radiators are still some way away, so it's going to take a little while for us to get there, I'm afraid. I could put some more guns on the other side here, couldn't I? Pow, 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 pow. Yeah, I could put another 2 in, sort of here and here. I'd need to then split off the capsules from here, but that's actually going to be relatively easy. So let's do that. So if I put in a gun, right? So what I'll do is I'll have a belt coming out the top here like that. Then I'll put in a gun there and there. And then inserters there and there and there and there. And then the easiest way to do this is just going to be to pass that over there, put them onto the other side of this belt. Simple. That can come up here. Then, yes, we need an exerter here like that. No, we don't want to rotate this. That'd be bad. There we go. No, the barrels aren't for the cannons, but these delivery cannon capsules that are going to come around here will work very nicely with them. Then once all this gets built, I can then program it all up. Good. Kind of happy with that. We're going to need power for all of this, though, actually, come to think of it. So let's put in a pylon there. That will like neatly power everything, which is awesome. And I can run the cable connect, the data connection over from here as well. Turn that down a little bit. This game's rather loud when you're sitting here staring at delivery cannons. Probably a bit loud for you guys as well. I apologise for that. There we go. If I zoom out a bit, that works as well. Come on, bots. Here, botty. Is that them? I think that might be. No, the yellow ones I'm waiting for. These guys are just bringing excess sulfur over and dropping it off here. Yeah, here they come. Alright, it's going to take a while, but still. What are all these guys doing? Oh, these will be doing the solar field up there. Okay. Right, so this will, once it's finished, will triple the rate I can be doing the barreling at. As long as there's still plenty of petroleum gas in here. I'm pretty sure this is running at less than no more than a third of the time, so we should be okay with this. And in worst case, I can put speed modules in it or something. What's tanning? Oh, the bots. Yes, they're all off in the solar field, working on their tans. That sounds about right. Oh, and they're bringing in massive quantities of this biomatter as well, which I don't know. We can turn it into, what are these things? I looked into these earlier. Oh, biolabs. Okay. Mostly, we're not doing anything with it. It's for military data as well, but again, don't seem to need a great deal of that. Okay, what else have we been up to? What else have I got that I need to think about at the moment? So, demolishing the old energy cells is going to leave up with Tristan. Dealing with biosludge from the bus, I've done that. Copper bus pollution has been dealt with. Insufficient scrap processing has been dealt with. Marc has put in a large number of, presumably, a large number of extra pulverizers up here. All of them with loads of speed modules in, so they've got no problems here with the disposal. Nice. Oh yeah, Tristan's rocket system over here. Oh, there isn't any copper stuck in it now, so apparently that's either fixed itself or has been fixed.
I fixed that, yeah.
Oh yes,
train.
There was the Taisha Kutan had some problems. Yes. Right. So what's happened here? I discussed this in the video, but for anyone who hasn't watched it, which hopefully is no one, let's run over it briefly again. So this system has all ground to a halt. We're not shipping out the immersite because we don't have any delivery cannon capsules. We don't have any delivery cannon capsules because they're not being shipped out from here because we don't have any core fragments going in. We don't have any core fragments going in because they're not being passed through here because the vulcanite ore isn't being passed through. And the vulcanite ore isn't being passed through because this stone belt is full. This stone belt and sand belt is full because this sand belt here is full, and this sand belt is full because this glass belt is full, and this glass belt is full because we're not getting any delivery cannon, because we're not shooting any delivery cannons out here to get rid of it, and that's not running because we haven't got any delivery cannon capsules coming through. So actually, this should be prioritizing to that side, and now I just need to make the system run a little bit in order to allow that to start, in order to sort of get it going again. So what I'm going to do, I think, is what I'm going to do first is have a look and find out what material I've actually got in the in storage over here. So what have I got that I can put stuff in? Okay, there are some. There's 4 warehouses, so that's a possibility. They're a little bit big. There's one chest which is a bit small. I think the chest is probably. I think the warehouse is probably going to be the right one to go for. Is the room? How much space?
You remember that I'm gonna build an immersite processing on Novus, so you can work with a temporary fix because we won't do that on.
Right. I mean, this is going to be a permanent fix. It's just going to be. It's just that it's going to be. I need a temporary fix in order to get the permanent fix working. If that makes sense.
Yep.
Because it's so clogged. I've fixed it now. It shouldn't happen again. Emphasis on shouldn't. But something needs to be done to get rid of the excess in order to get this clog to declog and start the core fragments coming through and start the shipment working again. So what I'm going to do is just collect some. Wow, so there's a lot of there's actually rather a lot of uranium ore in here as well. I should probably ship all of that out in delivery cannons at some point, because that will eventually completely fill up. But anyway, in the meantime, you blacklist. There we go. So we'll just grab off a load of this glass. That will eventually allow this to start flowing again. There we go. That's the sand flowing, which means that okay, currently this sand can't flow in because there's stone in the way, and the stone can't flow in because it's already full of stone. But once we get some more of the once we get a stack of sand out of here, which is 100 away, so we're halfway. I don't know why those two stacks haven't combined. Once that finishes, we'll then get a stack of stone can go in from here and here, and then some of the sand will probably flow in as well, and then hopefully that'll get everything running nicely. 10, 9, 8, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. So that flows in now. That's flowing reasonably nicely. So up here, yes, there we go. We've got a bit of flow happening here, which means we can now process this this vulcanite ore, which means some core fragments are coming through here, not particularly quickly, but they are now starting to flow gradually, and that means they can come around here and they can be made into delivery cannon capsules, which can come down here, be turned into have glass put in them and be shipped out. Now we're going to have a lot more vulcanite being stockpiled in here because we've got to deal with all of this before we'll be allowing any capsules to go across here. So it's going to be a very, very long time until we actually get any immersite being shipped out from here. But it will eventually happen. It will eventually be fixed. And as Marc was saying, he is going to be sorting out the processing he's going to be setting up a big processing area for immersite on Norvis, because to be honest, whilst this was a nice idea, and it is basically working, and it's producing. And when it was working, it was producing lots and lots of sulfur, which is very, very useful for processing the vulcanite down here, because you need lots of sulfur for it. It's just a bit awkward having it happen on a weird backwater planet that doesn't have very much set up on it. So yeah. What did I include on the bus in space? Everything that was needed to make all of the things that were needed in space, and I know that's an incredibly unhelpful. Unhelpful answer. Yeah, that's true. That copper should be going somewhere. I don't know why there's a load of copper in here. Yeah, basically there's a load of trash building up in here. Mostly the uranium is the worst of it, but the coal and the copper are also a bit unnecessary. What are we short of over here? We're short of low density structures. The low density structures are short of copper. So actually, what I should be doing is feeding the copper from here back up into here somehow. There isn't really a way to do that, I don't think. But yeah, this is all overflowed rather messily. Yeah, so this system here. However, if we stop taking immersite if we stop doing immersite processing on this planet, then we kind of don't care about it anymore, because this is our this was our first vulcanite production planet, and it's a bit rubbish compared to for throughput compared to Agnea, which has far more processing going on it, and so it produces far more vulcanite than the other one does. And so, to be honest, if Taishakutin grinds to a halt, we don't really care. So, getting back to the other question I was just asked, what do we put on the bus in space? Well, pretty much everything. Up here we've got all the types of motors, we've got all the types of circuits, we've got the metals, we've got all the basically all the resources that you need to do basically everything, because that's how a bus works as far as I'm concerned. You have all of the supplies you need on it. Now, the most important things, at least in by quantity, are going to be the low density structures, the steel and the heat shield tiles, because they're used for almost everything you build up here. So they're very important. But then you also need lots and lots of motors for everything. You need circuits for almost everything. So to be honest, everything. You need everything on your bus up in space. Anything sort of additional, you're going to probably find that you end up making up here in space, and we haven't really put a great deal of that out onto the bus. Mostly the bus has been just filling up on stuff that's been brought up from Norvis. We have put things like railway and laser turrets on it, because those are needed for making a few things, and gun turrets as well, apparently. Even modules, because one of the science packs needs those. So there's quite a lot of that. No, we've not run into any throughput problems with having one belt per resource. I think the most in demand is, as I say, steel and low density structures. Now, at the moment, we don't have any low density structures, so all the numbers are a little bit out, because the base isn't really running particularly hard. But no, the one belt of each thing has been absolutely fine. You could, yes, that's true. You could make motors and cogs and things and gears on site up in space, but it's a massive logistics cost that way. If you look at the cost of making a motor, which is going to be in here presumably, yeah. Let's take the big electric motors because they're bigger and require more stuff. So to make these, you require 4 electronic circuits, 2 steel plates, 1 gear, 3 copper, and 1 iron. Or alternatively, you can bring up 1 big electric motor. Now, the big electric motors might not stack quite as high as some of the other stuff. I'm not sure. Let's have a quick look. Big electric motors stack to 50. Okay, so they don't stack quite as high, but it's still a lot fewer stacks worth of stuff to bring up a stack of electric motors than it is to bring up all of the things that are required to make them. So you end up, if you build them in space on when you need them, then it makes your logistics slightly simpler because you don't need to bring up quite as many different things. But it does make it a lot more expensive. You're going to use more rocket fuel, more rocket parts, more all of that stuff. And you're going to be building up a lot more infrastructure in space to build all those motors for you. And you can't use productivity modules on those builds either because they're in space. So if you build all of the stuff down on Norvis, you save on productivity, you save on logistics, and you just need a couple of extra rows on your bus. So there you go. I mean, that's the sort of the that's basically how I feel about it. And I'd say gears aren't quite to the same level of complexity, and that you don't need quite as much infrastructure to produce gears. And in fact, we're producing gears up in space here for example for making the what do you call it, space loaders. I'm not going to ship those up, even though it takes 4 steel plates to produce one. So in theory, by my taking that theory to its absolute extreme, yes, we should be making these steel gear wheels on Norvis and shipping them up. But there is a sort of a limit on sanity for it. And I'm making cables here. Well, actually, no, cables are the opposite. You don't want to make cables on Norvis for logistics savings. And beams we're making up here. So yeah, the things that get used in large quantities, I think it's worth making on Norvis and just bringing them all up in putting them on the bus like this. You don't have to do this. I mean, this is Factorio. You can build things however you like, but basically that's the logic I'm working with. And you say you get more resources from core mining than you know what to do with that. That's not true. That's not true in our game. Now, granted, there's 4 of us plundering the resources flat out as fast as we can. But here is our core mining. The trains are coming in as unloading as fast as they can. We've got we've got 4 solid red belts. Yes, 4 solid red belts of core fragments coming up here, going into here, going through our core processing facility, coming out the top here with all the resources. Those resources are then passed off along here. Most of them are now being chucked into trains because we've moved our smelting systems. But then over here we are bringing, for example, the iron ore over to here from there. But we are also bringing significant quantities of iron ore in from mine. So this one came from a mine, not from the core mining. So the core mining is not producing enough resources to keep our factory happy. I suppose that's true. We haven't done it. We are only into the first tiers of space science, so there are probably quite a lot of mining and research productivities we haven't done yet. That probably isn't one. That's an advanced pickaxe. So yes, our mining productivity at some point we will get mining productivity 6. Perhaps when that might be one we prioritize actually once Marc has done the biosciences. Because it will, as you say, get us a bump up another 10% mining productivity, but. I mean, another 10%. I say another 10%. It's not really another 10% because it means our mining productivity will go from plus 50 to plus 60% bonus. So we'll get an extra 15th on our mining, which is about 6-7%. So yes, it will help a little bit. We'll get a little bit more out of those core mines, but it won't be an enormous amount. It won't be an enormous boost, but it adds up. It helps certainly. But at this stage of the game, the majority of our resources, I would say, are coming out of the ground. Yes, that's true. We are productivity moduling. Where is it? I've lost it. Oh, here we go. We have tier 2 productivity modules in all of the core mining, and basically we have tier 2 productivity modules in everything because tier 3s are still a bit pricey. That might be something we could consider upgrading, I guess. Maybe. But at the moment, if we have a look at the production graphs, and if we look at ore, because that's a good one to look at, because it should get us everything I'm interested in, we're going to see lots and lots of things I don't care about. So at the moment, we are producing about 7,000 per minute of copper and iron ore, or at least, and we're using up about, well, we're using 8,000 a minute of each of those, and we are producing it's raw rare metals, isn't it? And we are producing 3.3 thousand per minute of rare metals. Now, I believe the recipe in these things. Give me that. There we go. Produces, yes, the same amount of raw rare metals as it does iron ore or copper ore. So as you can see, we are currently producing about 3,000 per minute of the raw rare metals, and therefore of the iron and copper ore from the ore processing, and we're using about 8,000. So we're producing slightly more than a third from the core processing. All the rest of it is coming out of mines. So at the moment, we would need a big productivity boost in general to get this up to the point where where this is producing all of our resources, and that is still some way off, I would say. I think productivity moduling the intermediates is just generally a good form anyway, and actually I don't think we are productivity moduling a lot of the things we should be. So no, actually, I'll take it back. Marc has clearly been in and made things more efficient, because I'm pretty sure I didn't do that. Yeah, we seem to have quite a lot of productivity. Actually, it's all speed modules in the smaller electric motors. So yeah, there is room for some productivity boost in here. That's very true. Maybe we should be thinking about having productivity modules in here instead of speed modules. That would save us a little bit, save us some resources. I said we're using them there. I don't know where the big motors are being made. Here, this is a half and half. So yeah, we could improve this. We could make this significantly more productive by switching the modules around, maybe having our own little towns to make them and so on. But we shall see. Yeah, lots. But I think you might as well productivity module most of the intermediates, especially when they're being made in a sufficiently large quantity that you take them off the bus, off to their own production area, like we've done here with the red and the blue circuits. This is the sort of stage where you should be putting in all the productivity modules and just building out on a larger and larger scale. And actually, we should be beaconing all these. It's just this has been producing them fast enough, so we haven't bothered. But at some point, these should be rebuilt with beacons for all of this. But yeah, as I say, we just haven't done that yet. You're very welcome, Taylor. I'm glad you appreciate the woodworking videos as well. I've got two videos, at least two videos I want to make about a project I did at the end of last year, but haven't actually documented properly yet because basically time. And I've got another 3 DIY woodworking projects in mind that I want to do at some point and haven't done yet. So yeah, there will definitely be more woodworking videos on the channel in the future. They're a bit more time consuming to produce than the gaming ones, which is why the gaming ones tend to get a little bit more of a slightly higher priority, shall we say. Also, the Factorio ones tend to get a lot more views, so that's another reason to do those as well, I suppose. Oh, that was why I was down on Norvis, I remember. I was waiting for those delivery cannons to be put in, and I haven't programmed them yet. So down here, right. I need to, yes, first things first, cable them in so they don't fire when they shouldn't. I suspect it'll be a while until they have until a when they shouldn't happens, but you know, let's do things properly. That shouldn't go to there, that should go to there, and to there. Then we copy that to there and there. They should have gone green from that. Oh, that doesn't go to that pole. Okay, fair enough. Let's link that up to there then. There we go. Good, they've gone green now. So now I can copy that to there and there. And they're loading and they're turned on. Excellent. Right, so now that will triple in, well, as long as this machine here can keep up, that will triple the amount of petroleum gas we're shipping up to an orbit. I don't know. I think it might be sufficient. We'll see. So back in Norbit, Norbit. Let's have a look over here. So now we should see a lot more delivery cannons. We should have a lot more petroleum gas in here available. Yeah, there we go. We've got about 20, 25. Yeah, so there's This is now starting to. This is being brought up a lot quicker now. We're starting to be able to. Well, actually, that said, we're words. Yes, we are now bringing up the petroleum gas a bit faster. There is enough there that this machine can now be running basically constantly, and hopefully we'll now then be able to pump a decent amount of the gas out into this pipe, and therefore, by extension, make these machines a lot happier. That said, they are full of gas at the moment. I'm not going to say who that reminds me of. Mostly because I don't have an answer for that. It just struck me as an amusing thing. So I will, however, need to power all of this, which I completely forgot to do. So we'll do that, bring it across there, and then we can start, generating. So I guess it's because I put the speed modules in these. They were running a bit too quickly. They were outpacing the amount of petroleum gas that was available, and it just couldn't keep up. But we're now actually. This is starting to look reasonably promising. We've got almost 40,000 there. I wonder if that's gone up to 60,000. The train has come and taken some away, and it's got back up to 18,000 again, or whether it has literally only gone from 15 to 18,000 in each of these in the time I've been talking about other things. I suspect it's probably the latter. So it's definitely going to be a good thing we've got some more machines in over here.
Do we have CME defense in Norbit?
I don't think we need it because we have it on
No.
Norvis.
Oh yeah, yeah, I think so. Because we've got a day until that happens.
Okay, cool. We don't seem to have any copper ingots in the recycling area in orbit. Has some been put into the rocket? Let's have a look. Yes, it's been put into the rocket, but the rocket has no, not you, but the rocket hasn't launched yet. Right. Okay. The rocket is it's gradually filling up, but rather too much emphasis on gradually. At the moment, we are pumping in red circuits as fast as we can. And we're 10,000 short, so I think I might ask for another train load of copper, since that's the thing that's run out. So over here, right. Does anyone happen to know how many ingots there are in a train? So it's 50 per stack.
8K.
So that's sorry, 8K. Okay, 8K. Thank you. So down here we need to set that to, instead of minus 10, we need to set it to minus 8,010, and that should
Minus
now.
8,000 should be fine because there's 7.9k in the rocket somehow.
Okay, well 8,010 is fun anyway, so we'll do that. So that should mean that.
Yep.
There we go. Here comes the copper ingot train. Comes over here, unloads here. Jump, 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 jump. All the copper ingots pour down here, and they go down this chute over here instead of this one because that's where we want them. Itchy nose. So those will flow down here, through here, into the rocket, and hopefully that'll be enough to fill the rocket. Why am I doing this? Why am I not just looking at the numbers? No, it's only at 300, and that's going to be another. No, hang on, that's going to be 160. So yeah, it's not quite going to fill the rocket up. So I'm very glad I've ordered.
Oh yeah, there's only 40 in this.
Yeah, I'm very glad I've ordered another train's worth of copper, because it would have been forever waiting for that to fill up with the red circuits. But now they are flowing in nicely. 300 stacks. Yes, yes. I won't order another stack because that seems a bit crazy. My theory was I was sort of vaguely balancing the substrates and the advanced circuits to make sure that they would be about the right numbers of each coming through. I don't know how well I've done that. The fact that it's loading up with red circuits and not with substrates makes me think I probably didn't get it quite right, but yeah, whatever. Yeah, we've got confirmation from chat that the ground umbrella protects orbits and vice versa, and same for meteor defenses. Thank you. Yeah, I think I agree actually. The space exploration, I feel like the challenge in it isn't so much in producing massive, truly phenomenal quantities of resources. The challenge is through the complexity of producing those resources and the complexity of the science. So yeah, you don't need to push through quite the same quantity of resources that you do in vanilla, or it doesn't feel like it. That said, there are some things that you do need in very, very large quantities, like memory cards. So the copper and the substrates and the red circuits we've got flowing through here, you do need those in very, very large numbers. How are we getting on up here? Okay, the rocket is going to fill up because there's like 20 stacks in each of these, so that's 80 stacks, and the rocket is up to, oh no, sorry, it's up to 350, not 450. I can't read apparently. You're probably, I think you may well be right, Madman. Yes, so the we are doing a lot of buffer filling. That's very true. If we stopped now and just went away, and even if we were doing science, if we stopped now, went away and just let the factory run for like 30 hours or something, and then came back, and then we'd probably find that yes, maybe then the core mining would be capable of keeping up. But we are busily expanding and trying to do more and newer and exciting sciences and so on. So. Yeah. Oh yes, you're not wrong, No Guard. Yes, the heat shielding is another thing that you get through phenomenal heat shielding, steel, and low density structures. You get through in phenomenal quantities for all of the building stuff that's done up in Norbit. It's crazy. But then also these things for all the memory cards you need. But yeah, you're quite right. You get to the point where you've got enough data cards that they just go round and round and round and round and round. And you just have to keep sort of gradually topping up the to replace the broken ones. But then you build another science pack, and then suddenly there's a massive flood of demand for that to fill all the buffers up again. So yeah. Immersite is going to be an interesting problem. Marc, you said you were planning to build up an Immersite processing facility on Norvis. Have you started that yet?
Yes, designing in the sandbox.
Okay, because it occurred to me to say, actually, do you want to build it on Taros instead?
I don't care. I'm just designing it for now.
Because Taros is the Immersite planet, so it's going there's going to be a lot more of it available there. It'll come out of the core fragments. It'll come out of there presumably will be a lot more Immersite caves for mining it up. It means going off to another planet, but it's a 0% threat, so it's not going to be too hard. Depending on what, and it has some mineral water, but not a huge amount of it. The mineral water might be a problem there, actually.
Can't we make mineral water from sand? Because I have an excess of sand with this process.
No, I don't think so. Let's have a look. Because if you could, that'd be fantastic, and I'd feel very, very silly for not realizing earlier. No. No, it comes out of core fragments, mineral water core fragments. So you could have a mineral water planet. That would be the most useless thing ever. It can come out of a barrel, it can come out of a puddle on the floor, and it can come from a charged basic matter stabilizer. So you can use matter nonsense to get it as well. But that's way, way off in the future. That's behind. It doesn't even tell me what technology, what I require for that technology. Oh, yes, it does. Deep Space Science 2. So that's some way off. So no, I'm afraid not. If you could just dissolve sand in water and get mineral water, that would make so many of our problems much, much easier, wouldn't it, Mike?
Yeah, and it's sounds like it should make sense, but
I mean, maybe if it was sand and iron and copper and rare metals and because it's mineral water, it's got all of the minerals in it. That would even be better. Would even be better. Madman says that the matter nonsense has been nerfed into the ground by space exploration, so it's more there to void stuff than it is to actually gain new stuff. So okay, I didn't use it in 0. It's a K2 thing. That's why I didn't use it in 0.5. Yeah, so probably we may well just completely ignore it then. But then I suppose it would be seriously overpowered if you could turn your excess rare metals into iron at a 1-to-1 ratio, then it would just be a bit overpowered. Or even more so, if you could turn iron into naquitite at almost any ratio, it'd be horribly overpowered. So I think it's probably best that it's been massively nerfed. Only Taishakuten is shipping out Immersite crystals at the moment, but I don't know if it's even started doing it again. This is why Marc is fixing that, because it went badly.
No worries.
Yeah, currently it is flowing. We have sort of solved the problem there, kind of. But it's going to be a little while until it sort of catches up properly and starts working nicely again. Actually, I'm not sure if it even will. The rate we're using the sand up, I think, is insufficient to deal with all of the sand that's coming out of the Immersite processing.
No worries. I mean, at the
No,
moment, I'm sort of
several
going
worries,
down.
but
Well, you know.
oh, actually, maybe. Well, maybe. Actually, once it catches up, maybe it will be okay. But yeah, very much no promises. I think we're probably going to. Taishikuten is going to be one of those planets where it had some stuff on it that was very useful earlier on in the game, but we're probably going to basically ignore it in the future. Because it's not producing the immersite reliably enough. It's not producing the vulcanite fast enough. So it's just a bit. Oh, what's even the point of you then? So we'll just sort of leave it and forget about it, brush it under the rug, and not talk about the UPS load on it's causing.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, I'm basically going around having realised that the material science that looked so relatively straightforward is being handicapped by literally none of anything being available.
Ha! Oh right. So
It's
you're
really going,
just having to delivery cannon all of the metals, are you, basically, and all of the plastics and things? Plastic was probably already available, and stone,
Although
and
thinking about it,
sulfur.
the
I don't know what else it
excess, your excess stuff is it in plates or ingots?
Plates.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so there is already a steel train that can be requested. There is an iron station and a copper station. Oh, there's a copper train as well. We're not getting particularly large quantities of iron or copper because they are being turned. Well, iron.
Copper is being taken away.
Yeah, copper is being. Oh, is it being taken? Actually, being taken away? Okay.
Yeah.
But also, it's mostly all just being used up for making. What do you call it? Things. Thermofluid and memory cards. So there isn't really copper. There is a certain amount of iron. Oh yeah, there goes the copper train.
I just decided to.
The copper train has gone to go and pick up some rare metals. Bad Tristan.
What? Sushi trains.
Yes, very good. Cool. Look at all those delivery cannon capsules falling out of the sky.
What I've done here, because some of them are starting to come together now, is I've gone, you know what? Because they're more efficient to ship, let's do ingots.
Yep. Makes sense.
However, if all the byproducts are in plates, that means I need a separate station for each one of the things that has both. So I have, for example, copper ingots and copper plates with priorities set between them appropriately. Why? Because otherwise I will receive ingots, chop them down to plates, and then never use plates from the byproducts.
No, so you only have it put the plates that are from chopping down ingots back into the station after you've chopped them up. Once there's a small enough number in the station.
The problem is going to be at the moment. This isn't a problem at the moment because you could for now you could whack the copper train and the iron train straight into your stations and have them unload rather than unloading ingots. Just have them unload the plates there. The problem is if later on you want to bring up trains worth of ingots from Norvis, which is probably going to be the next step, then you're not going to be able to unload them with the same. We're not going to be able to use the same station because you can't turn it on for plates but not on for ingots.
Yeah.
So you have to
and as a general rule, whilst you can do sushi trains, as is demonstrated every single time we do an outpost station, doing sushi stations where you're actually calling a train when you want to is doable. It's just theoretically so much harder, and with 4 of us going at once, I imagine that'll be too unstable.
What you could do is put in an additional rail here. I'm going to delete that before it gets built. Across there, and then you'd have to stagger the stations. Unfortunately, no, you wouldn't. You could put the station.
Well, what I'd do is I'd just mirror it on this side.
Oh, on the other side, yeah.
And just have a belt going across.
Oh, over there. Oh, that other side. Okay.
Yeah,
I was thinking unloading straight into the same warehouse, but yeah, that could work too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm working on the premise that give yourselves plenty of space now, so that later when you go, oh yeah, I forgot this thing, you're not there going, right, I need to do some really creative spaghetti to make this work. You're there going, it's a good thing I left 30 tiles spare.
Everybody loves some creative spaghetti, though.
Yeah. I mean, I could probably half the length of this station stack that I've got. Not counting the loop ones. Just condense it all down by just basically shuffling everything. I've got what?
Down 2 squares each,
yeah.
Yeah.
3, I think 3, maybe 4 tiles if I deliver.
Yeah, you could probably yes, you could probably manage 4 by moving the warehouses out a bit. Yeah, that's true. Yes. I think your idea of putting the stations on the other side just for the overflow is probably going to be fine. I also don't think you're going to use up the steel anything like fast enough to satisfy the amount that's going to be produced by overflow, especially at the point where lube is being brought up in barrels. Once lube is brought up by train, then maybe. But I think we're going to need to find another sink for the steel, which is kind of why I've at the moment I'm just dumping it onto the bus, because that is somewhere that seems to be fairly voracious with its appetite for it.
Yeah, that's fair.
How much
Yeah, I
have we
mean,
got
I'm
left?
working on the premise that it's better to plan ahead.
Yeah, and that's got rid of about maybe
yeah.
just maybe 100 stacks of steel from each one of these. And that includes loading the train up. So actually, it's got rid of I think one train has run, and that was enough, which is a bit of a shame. But it's helped a little bit.
I mean, for now, what I can do is quite simply not use set it up so that it can receive for steel, but not turn on the delivery cannons.
Yeah, well, you should be prioritizing steel from. You should be prioritizing from the from the overflow systems, and then having the delivery cannon top it up when there's not enough coming in. So that should, as long as you get that organized properly, that should work without any issues.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It just sort of is predicated on the idea that there are overflows for everything, which isn't entirely true, but we can.
No, because if you have the overflow as your first input, and then use the delivery cannons when there isn't enough coming from the overflow, then if there's nothing coming from the overflow because there isn't any overflow of that, like for example, I don't know what concrete, for example, then you can just use delivery cannons for that, and you'll never get any coming into the station. Whether you build the station or not is up to you. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, there being none available is equivalent to there being an underflow in the supply, or a lack of overflow.
Yeah. Let's.
Yeah, sushi would be very, very tempting. When when we've done a lot more science, because spaceships are gated behind. That's not what I wanted to click on. That's what I wanted to open up. Spaceships are gated behind so much stuff. Are you just spaceship? Yes, you're spaceships. So spaceships are gated behind Astro 3. Oh, it's only Astro 3 actually. So spaceships when I've built Astro 3, basically, which will be a little while.
Yeah, makes sense now.
Yes, getting the fluids being brought up by a space train by train will be absolutely fantastic. It means we can get rid of all of this barrel nonsense that's going on over here. I'm so looking forward to getting the space elevator just so we can get rid of all of this absolute nonsense. It will indeed be glorious. You're not wrong. Hello, persistent. Welcome.
Evening.
I think Johan's trying to get another hype train going. Oh, he's got a little train icon next to his name because he's the current hype train conductor. Excellent.
That's not a phrase I was expecting to hear today, not going to lie.
Right. So where was I? Okay. Right. We now have a supply of copper available up here again, which is nice. I approve of that. In fact, we've got 8,600 copper ingots in there, so that's good. That's going to keep this system happy for at least a little while. So that's good. So producing memory cards down here. We've now got a bountiful supply of memory cards. There's 194 stacks of them in storage, plus a full train. So anyone who's been under ordering on memory cards because they're trying to be nice, you don't need to worry quite so much anymore. There is a decent supply. Now, of course, as soon as we get the next couple of sciences up and running, that's going to schlurp those very, very quickly. But for now, we have a good supply of them available. Thermofluid. Oh, we've now got 66,000, but this station hasn't activated because it's set at 70,000, because I don't know why. I'm going to drop that down to 60,000, even though it's not quite. It's good enough. Right, so there we go. Now the train that's now active. Train's on its way. The question is, who's going to get this thermofluid? And I hope it's me, because I kind of need it. I suspect it's probably not going to be though, because I'm quite a long way away. But yeah. How is the production of thermofluid going? That is the next question. How are all the input fluids for it? So we're still very, very short of chemical gel, because we're still short of the bloody petroleum gas. How is that even possible? I tripled the amount of it we were bringing up, hopefully, roughly. This pipe up here, there's this little inserter here is working its absolute heart out, trying to keep taking all the barrels out of this machine. The machine is running basically as fast as this inserter can keep it loaded. This warehouse has 40. Okay, we're going to speed module this, and we're going to upgrade that to a stack inserter. So we need an upgrade on that because I'm going to be so demanding on that thing, and then we're going to do a module insertion on there, and nothing's going to happen because I haven't programmed it properly. So we're going to then say I would like for those things. We're just going to speed module them up with the proverbial wazoo like that, and then I'll slap that on there, and we'll just get that to empty the barrels even faster. Well, the elevator situation is currently is reliant on Mike building up material science, which he's doing. He's working on that at the moment. So he's currently trying to get all of his resources in a row and all of them into a big pile, so he can then start rummaging through them and trying to find the bits and pieces he wants. So it's going, but it is a work in progress. Stack insert from the landing. That's an excellent idea.
Everyone says all the bits are there, and then you open the box and they go, "Oh, you actually need these expansion sets."
Yeah, he's gone to IKEA, but for some reason they haven't put the little Allen key in it this time, which is very upsetting.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So yeah, some assembly required. Put it that way. I've got the new delivery cannons working. That's how we've managed to get up to having 30, 40 or so barrels of petroleum gas up here. So that's working quite nicely. To be honest, at this rate, we might actually get spaceships before we get space elevators. What do you think, Mike? Do you think you're going to have Material Science 1 running today?
No.
There you go. There's your answer. I'm looking in the wrong place again. I keep looking in FNEI for researchers. The space elevator is space elevator is Material Science Pack 2 anyway, so even less chance of that happening today, I'm afraid. I suspect I probably won't get Astro 3 up and running today, but I will go and get started on Astro 2 now because I think I've done just about everything else that was on my list.
I might get enough supplies together to make a materials testing pack.
Okay. Right, so let's have a look at number 2, broad Astro catalogs. So these are yes, warning may contain broads. Excuse me, cough. Okay, Material Science 1 may potentially unlock big cool furnaces. And we don't want to cool furnaces. Furnaces have to be hot. That's the whole point of them. Thank you. Can you build testing packs on the ground?
They used to only stack to 10 or something.
Oh yeah, that's why we don't. Yeah, so whilst you could potentially produce them on the ground, which would be nice because you could then presumably productivity module them. The big downside of that is, yeah, as Tristan's just said, they only stack up to 10, so you use so much logistics effort in carrying them up into space that it's not worth it. It's easier just to build the damn things in space. Talking is difficult, which is unfortunate given that I'm a streamer. Right, let's try that again. Testing? No. Catalog, that one. So I'm going to need microwave observation data, X-ray observation data, gravitational lensing data, gravity wave data, and thermofluid. Okay. So microwave observation data is, unsurprisingly, microwave observation frames, which are made in so I'm going to need to make microwave telescopes. I'm going to need to make, presumably, X-ray telescopes. Yes. Oh, and multispectral mirrors over here, because conveniently somebody's making those on the train system. Thank you, Tristan.
Yep.
That'll be very useful. Gravitational lensing data is made from it's made from astrometric data in a grav facility, which we finished researching that. Excellent. And gravity wave data is made from astrometric data in a laser facility. With laser facilities, I believe we already have. So one of the 4 buildings I'm going to need, we already have. The rest I'm going to have to go off and build. Right. Let's head over to the mall and the big shop and start building things.
Crazy Tower.
Yeah, let's head over to Crazy Town and start building. Did we consider making material sciences on the starter bus space? Material science. I suppose we sort of. The short answer is no. Well, I mean, the idea possibly occurred to us, and we decided to reject it. We could potentially, yeah, I suppose we could have made the first 2 material packs on the bus here, on the initial space bus, but at that point you're going to be passing so many science packs around over quite long distances. It's 2 of the material science packs, and and trains are cool. So we didn't go very far with that idea. I don't actually remember if we even considered it, but I don't think it's the sort of thing we would end up doing, because no, it's just no trains. Want trains. And other more coherent reasons as well. What am I even? Oh yes. So we're going to have lots and lots of machines up here. Let's put these in and just wildly assume that there's going to be enough. Sorry, my brain. Let's just assume there's only going to be one thing for each. I'm only going to need one big assembly machine for each thing, and then go in and have a look and find out how wrong I am. So
I needed 3 for mine.
tell us. Did you? What did you build?
Yeah, down. I need the cable, the top one that you haven't just built. I've forgotten what they're called. Particle colliders.
Oh, up here. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it needed the cable being made. I put them down at the other end of that belt, but
Oh yeah, miles away. Wow. Okay. I suppose that makes sense because I've probably put it on the same column. Actually, no, I needed holmium, so I suppose it's a different input. So
there was no plastic up there and there's no holmium up there.
Yeah. Okay. No, that makes sense. I'm happy. Okay with that.
Oh, I need material testing packs.
Yeah, this is why I was telling Mike that he would need to put them on the train system. But Mike is going to need them in such large quantities that if he makes them locally for him and then puts them on the train system from there, it's better than having a separate place making them. I made that mistake last time.
I didn't realise that energy science needed it. I thought it was just whichever stream it is.
Oh, okay. Right.
Atomic data required.
So what am I doing here? Let's just see. So I'm going to need to make these, and these. So what do we need for this? Low density structures, mirrors, aeroframe poles. Oh bloody hell! Space assembly machines. That's okay, and glass. So out of those, the aeroframe poles are going to be slightly tricky, and possibly the mirrors. Do we have mirrors on here? I thought we did. No, I don't see multispectral mirrors on the in Crazy Tower. That's upsetting. Okay, so from here, mirrors and aeroframe poles are going to be difficult. What about this one? Exactly the same recipe, basically the same recipe. Similar enough recipe as far as I'm concerned. This one.
How does it compare to stuff that's over there, Laurence? The stuff you need, because there are mirrors being made there. Also, mirrors, you say?
Yeah, I know you're. Oh, they are there. They're just not being put out onto. They're just not being put out onto the bus. Where the hell? I see. They're being fed into the telescopes here, but not put out onto the bus. Right. Okay, I'll put them on the bus then. That's or the crazy bus. Okay, good. That solves that problem. That makes that much easier. So it's just beryllium sticks then, which, if I remember correctly, is a sheet of beryllium wrapped around a piece of iron, which is a silly recipe, but never mind. What's the best way to do that? So we don't have beryllium on here yet, but that is a worthwhile thing to put on here. We do have iron, so we can make the iron sticks and then the beryllium aeroframe poles. Okay, I'm kind of okay with this. This shouldn't be too painful. The only thing the only thing I need to bring in then is, am I right thinking the only thing I need to bring in is beryllium? I think I might be. I think I might be right, but if I thought I wasn't right, then I wouldn't think I was right. So it's kind of circular reasoning. So here we go. So aeroframe poles. Aeroframe pole. Yeah, it's just aeroframe poles I need to make. Cool. Do we have beryllium on this system at all? That's the next question. And I wouldn't be surprised if we don't, because I don't think we've needed it yet. Down here, why we? Okay, there's only 4 things coming out along the along this bus chunk. Is that because this is being used for something else? No. Okay, cool. I don't know why there's a gap in here then, but that's okay. Gaps are there to be filled. So
it's iridium for the mirrors. I saw there was a plate picture on it, and then assumed it was beryllium for no apparent reason.
So I need to get this up probably here. Or ideally this side, because this is where the iron is. So passing it up this side would be easier if I can get it through here. So there is a gap coming up all the way through here, which I could use.
I may regret asking this. On Taishikuten, which is, as I understand, the only place where iridium crystals are, imbecite crystals are available for being delivery gunned elsewhere.
Yes.
Are there any spare signal receivers?
Possibly not. We might have run out.
The fact that you're asking.
The fact that you're asking
the answer
suggests
is
there
no.
aren't. Yes. No, they don't appear to be. So you may end up having to wait until Marc gets the new system up and running. I'm afraid. I guess new imbecite processing up and running is what I'm trying to say.
That's not going to be today if I have to leave the planet.
Okay.
No worries.
Okay, if I have to leave the planet, I refuse.
That said, you could probably steal this one. The one that's carrying the signal from Norvis. Oh no, wait, no, Norvis is receiving imbecite as well, isn't it? No, maybe not.
Yeah, they're both.
Yeah, but I was
don't know
thinking
what's usually in orbit, but in Novice it is definitely being used.
Yeah. Okay. No. Better not actually. Because I was thinking if it was only for the
There's a from Novice
Vulcanite.
one there as well.
Are they on the same? Yeah, they're on the same
From
channel.
Novice, from
Okay.
Novice. Right,
Yeah.
okay,
That.
so I can nick one of
Yeah.
those.
Can wire those together.
Blimey. Right, that's hooked to that through that, but you won't have any spare power. No, do you have spare power poles?
Probably.
Science demands we test.
Yes. There's 188 medium power poles and 165 large ones, and 102 substations as well. Interestingly.
That from Novice. This is arguably one of the. Oh, hang on. You've got a green and a. Where's the green wire going to?
It's going to. I think that might have been somebody setting something up by mistake.
Eh?
I'll leave you to puzzle over it because that's much more fun.
I'm so confused. What were you doing here?
I wasn't doing I didn't do the green wire, the green cable. That was somebody else.
Where's the documentation?
It's self-documenting. It should be self-evident how everything works.
I have never once found a properly working self-documenting thing.
Ooh, we've come up here, if you'll pardon the expression. Yes, this is a much better gap. I approve of this gap.
Just going to pass the green cable all the way along just to make sure.
That seems wise.
Oh, that's okay. I thought I'd found another red cable system which would be interfered with, but no. Fortunately not. This is stupid.
Are you having fun, Mike?
Yeah.
He's so encouraging, isn't he?
Right. Why are you taking it? I'm flying the wrong way, you stupid bobs.
They do that. Oh dear.
Oh yeah, great. Just take it all the way. Took it from there, stuck it in that chest there, and now bring it all the way back up to here.
Yeah, they do that. Oh yeah, yes. You're quite right, Smurf. We have indeed run out of meteor defense ammunition over here, which is somewhat unfortunate. Is it? I wonder. I thought I sent some more out there at one point, but no, I don't. Yeah, I think we've run out of meteor defense ammo on that planet. So everything you're building at the moment is probably going to get pounded into oblivion fairly soon. Oh dear. It's lucky we're abandoning this planet, really, isn't it? But not for about 2 weeks, of course.
You say that, didn't you spend like 6 streams on it?
No, that was Agnea. Oh, actually, no, I probably did, but longer ago, and then it got upgraded, and then we upgraded by going off to Agnea.
Oh dear.
But that's how. I mean, you've played Factorio. You should be resigned to that sort of thing happening.
Lawrence,
Oh,
Yes.
that torrent of barrels you had being sent up to Norbit,
Mm?
they're kind of starting to back up.
Oh.
We've
Why
got
is the alarm? Oh, the alarm
250.
has gone off.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ooh, train coming to pick up some steel though.
Hooray! Yeah,
Because
that is a
that
good
was
thing because
filling
it's 2/3 full. Okay, Calcium. Well, thanks for stopping by, and we'll catch you next time. I feel like, wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy, is a quote from a film that I should recognise, and I can't place it. Ooh, there's a train of memory cards going. Will we be doing bot storage chest thing that stops random nonsense from deconstruction accumulating in your storage space?
Wasn't me.
What have you done? No, I don't want to
Nothing.
know, actually.
Nothing happened.
Lies.
Copy and pasting settings doesn't always work the way you expect it to.
It's true.
Madman is basically describing what we have on Norvis
Oh, okay, that's right then.
on the bus. So the answer is yes already.
The answer is both yes and no.
The answer is theoretically yes, but the problem with anything logistics system related is that unless you calibrate it perfectly from the start, it doesn't exactly work. As evidenced by the fact that our copper belt has stopped working for we don't know how long.
Also, I think we don't have any. We seem to have a bit of a shortage of belts at the moment available in space, which I think is probably due to a lack of low density structures. You're not
Just got
smart.
a rocket full
Copy
of
and pasting stuff.
LDS.
Oh, okay. Right, that's probably going to help a lot then. Thank you. There we go. A little bit more barrel processing.
All the LDS machines are actually running now.
Okay, that's a good sign.
All 264 of them.
That's quite a few. I'm impressed by how fast you count.
We're practicing.
Yeah, clearly. Well, a little burst of gun turrets has just come out, but I don't see any low density structures yet. Although I have to admit, I'm not quite sure where they are on this belt monstrosity. Oh, here they are. Yep, here they come. To save the day. It'll be interesting to see how much, how long these low density structures last for, or whether it's just going to sort of pour them all in there, and then everything will go, well, that was nice, and just grind to a halt again. But yeah, I've boosted the barrel recycling for when we have enough belts available to build it all up again and get it working.
I'm upgrading the bus belt that's supplying the LDS to the rocket.
Okay, cool. Can the production system keep up with it then? So the problem is down to the shipping.
The chest at the start of the bus was full.
Okay.
So maybe.
It's a definite maybe.
It was blue at the beginning and the end, but most of the middle was red.
Good. Oh, the heavy oil and the petroleum gas pipes are both basically empty, which means the chemical gel isn't being produced particularly quickly. Yeah, we need that space elevator. Either that, or we're just going to end up building spaceships and dropping them down, filling up with liquid, and bringing them back up again, even though that uses so much rocket fuel.
Rocket fuel is not free in this.
No. Right, I'm going to stop looking at that because that's boring. I'm going to go back over and have a look at this because this is far more exciting. So, over here, we've got the belt coming up. I don't know where. Oh, this belt, yes, this one. This one coming up here. Eventually, we will anyway. Feed it up here, and you know what? We'll assume that another belt is going to come up at some point to join onto it. I could put aeroframe poles on the other side of this. Actually, that'd probably be quite a neat use for it. This is going to be slightly mildly problematic. So we're going to have to expand out the side here a little bit to give this room to get past, like that, and then come back in again here. Actually, let's not do that. Let's bus properly. So this can come up along here and then go underneath this one because it sticks out. And then up here. Oh, I need to put mirrors onto this somewhere as well, don't I? So okay, mirrors are going to go on the other side of this one. Here are mirrors. Right. So we need some underground belts across here because otherwise we're not going to get anything out. There isn't anything already feeding out, is there? No, it's only going into that machine because I showed an astonishing lack of foresight at this point, basically. So we'll do that, and that. Then we can have a stack. Let's use a stack inserter because why not? I don't think mirrors get built quickly enough for that to actually be relevant, but I'm going to use it anyway. So we'll have that come out of there. Then we can have belt come across like this. Do that, and I'll put in underground. That's not an underground. Put an underground here and here, just so this belt can go through as well. Then this one carries on merrily up from here, underneath that. Then we have another complexity, should we say, to put it politely. I think this is going to be another. Let's just go round. So I'll get rid of those. Probably need to get rid of quite that many, actually. Well, maybe I will have done at some point. Will have needed to have got rid of them. That's what I'm trying to say. Goes across to here and then carries on up from here. Right. So that's going to be beryllium and mirrors. It's going to be beryllium ingots at this point, which is a little bit naff. We don't want those. So let's put in assembly machine. So what have I got? 1, 2, 3. I've only got 3 there. I could put it underneath. I could put it just down here. Let's do it down here, actually. Let's get rid of. Put a gap in the belt there, like that. We'll put in an assembly machine here, because I don't expect to need particularly large quantities of beryllium. So if I do that, and let's stack insert that one because it's ingots into plate, so it will be it will expand quite a lot as it runs. So we'll do that. Then we'll have beryllium ingots coming up here, so that's an improvement. We do need to get beryllium coming through to here. So right down here, I need to program this now that it's been built. So we'll say this one. We'll set beryllium ingots on the filter here, which is that one. And oh yeah, we'll get rid of the rare metals as well because we don't actually need rare metals on there. That was just because I copied it from up there because that would be a thing that would not cause problems. So yes, maybe. Yes, yes, we've got rail. There's silicon on this one. Why is there silicon here?
It was it was needed at one point, and then Marc changed his mind.
Okay. Whatever. So this is going to be beryllium, and we'll say minus a bajillion of this. Like that. There we go. And then we need to start requesting beryllium as well to drop into up here. Wherever there's a delivery cannon chest up there. Do that in a moment. So yeah, that'll get me the beryllium ingots flowing out here, coming up here, choppy here when I programmed it. So we want you to that one to make beryllium out of beryllium ingots. Great. It goes onto one side of the belt here. That's fine. Comes up here, then across here, up. It doesn't actually need to be on just one side of the belt because we're going to be one-siding it again here, but that's fine. Yeah, wends its way through up here, up to here where we have beryllium. So right, then the next thing I want to be doing is let's put a gap here. I'm going to put an assembly machine right in the middle of there, because if I put it there like that, then it can take in from there and there. Both of these will be underground, of course. And then it can output there, which will go onto another belt, which should actually be there, because we've got beryllium poles on that one. Oh, heck, that's wrong. That is not the correct recipe for aeroframe poles, is it? Aeroframe poles is iron sticks and beryllium plates,
Mike,
not iron
I
and
do
beryllium
not
plate.
approve.
So I need another
Which
assembly
bit?
machine in here. I don't really...
But it's fine.
So actually, no, let's
It's
keep that
horrible,
machine.
isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
And then put a second one in let's design this very carefully. Right, so we'll put an assembly machine in here, here apparently. So we go under with that one, we go under with that one, and that one as well at some point in the future. We then want to insert from here. There we go. So that's going to be making my iron sticks. Then we're going to be making the beryllium poles here and outputting them onto, I suppose, a belt like that. We should go like that. There we go. Now I have made beryllium poles. Well, you know, once I've programmed everything. And once we have a lot more belts available so all of this stuff actually works. Don't need those two up there. Right. However, this belt also contains the mirrors, so we are going to need that to continue up north. And that one. There we go. And we have a quick save. Oh, yes, you're right. I missed some instructions, so I need to hydrate. It's a good idea, actually. I do feel kind of thirsty.
And a stretch and a posture check.
Yep.
Just listening for Mark's reactions, he spots what I've done to make the plastic stuff fit.
Yeah.
Where have you done that? Is this your building area, or are you being obscene somewhere else?
Mark spotted what. So basically, I'm going around adding in delivery cannons.
At random
to.
places.
Yep. So I figured that I got two options. One was to create a new delivery cannon city area, or expand the existing one and just ship in shed loads of plastic, iron, copper, steel, everything basically.
I can't criticise too much because I have crammed in some things in a fair few places.
Yeah. Or I could try and cram in delivery cannons at the place each of those things are created and just ship the delivery capsules around. So I went for the latter one. Just
What's with the random gap in the middle there?
where there. Exactly where you've pinged, there is water.
Oh no!
I could
What could you
not
possibly
be...
do about that?
Listen, if we had any kind of way of dealing with that whatsoever, if there was anything in the game that could handle it, shut up. If there's anything in the game that can handle this whatsoever, then it would be a whole different thing, but there isn't. As we know, it is absolutely impossible to fill in 2 tiles of water.
Mike is
Or 4
hydrophobic.
tiles of water. I am 99.8% sure.
I think you can say you're 99.8% water.
Or maybe.
I think it's
Actually,
more like
I'm not
about
drunk enough
70,
to that.
as far as I remember. But
I'm absolutely
I know you like
like
to be special.
99% sure that I know the probability is going down. I'm 80% sure that somebody else will come along or want to deliver cannon rare metals around at some point. It's fine. See, the bot flew straight past it. Yeah, so Mark saw what I'd done with the iron ingot thing and disapproved, and so I pointed out to him that the plastic one is
Even worse. Hang on,
Yes.
isn't there already plastic being shipped from somewhere by delivery cannon? Yes, there is for the for one of
I pinged
Mark's systems.
yeah.
Oh, you done?
But-
Okay, I thought it was already being shipped out by one of Mark's automated.
What?
Here are all the things you need for
What's wrong with it?
something or other.
With this setup? Okay.
No, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, that seems okay. It's a little crammed
That
in, but other
goes to
than
that. That goes to that. And this goes all the way around here to that.
It is a shame. It's slightly awkward that the signal receivers are so much bigger than the delivery cannons, isn't it?
Mm. True.
Blue circuits.
Why have you not loaded up yet? Because yours needs to fire the first one for some reason before it turns on. Which is
You
weird.
also need blue circuits. You do not. Do you need blue circuits? You do not. So low density structures, low density structures, low density. Everything needs low density. Everything always needs low density structures. I should be used to that. No, let's use that.
What that means, I now. Oh no, it's just iron left to go. Once I got iron, and all that's waiting on is basically delivery capsules to be made in sufficient quantities to be delivered.
Cool.
I will have enough resources in orbit to make my first materials Testing sites, materials testing pack.
Woohoo!
Yeah, exciting, isn't it?
Yeah,
Mm.
exciting times. Right, do all of these require assembly screens? Yes, yes, yes. Okay, that's nice and easy. Bomb, bomb, bomb. So that's low density structures, yes. Mirrors, yes. Airframe poles, yes. Assembly machines, yes. Heat shielding, no. Haven't done heat shielding yet. Heat shielding is on this one, actually. Oh, yeah, I have done heat shielding because it's on the same ones as one of the other ones. Cool. Low density structures, mirrors, yes, 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 yes. Not done glass yet. Okay, so this one requires glass. This one I think is complete, but we'll need power yet before I can actually test it. And more belts, actually, come to think of it. Where is glass? Oh, here's glass. I've forgotten which one wanted glass. Let's bring it all the way up here, just in case. I think it was this one. Mirror and glass. Seems greedy, requiring multispectral mirrors and glass, but I suppose, you know, it's a big telescope. It makes kind of sense. Right, power next. So you get power, you get power, you get power.
Everybody gets power.
Yeah, everybody gets some. Now down here we need to link to logistics network, connect, and what's being made here? This is the Astro facility things. What are they called? Gravimetrics facilities are those things. So if it's less than 20, then run. Then up here, that's the big what's the name? No, not that. Big dish telescope, the orange one, microwave telescope, that one. And this is the connect, and this is the X-ray telescope, the blue one, that one. And I didn't set up any of these numbers properly because I got too distracted thinking about colours of telescopes. So we'll set that one, and then we'll. Oh, that's on less than 10 already. Okay, that's fine. Right. So now it's just a case of. Oh no, it's not. It's not just a case of wait for all the belts to be made. Over here, I also need to set up a request for some beryllium. So where are we programming at the moment? Here, apparently. So we'll say we need to order some beryllium ingots, which is that one, and we would like to have 500 of them. I think seems like a number. And then we have to, so for that we have to go off to Talos, and we have to. We'll check these out. So this one's called Science Park Astro, so no, not that one. This one is from Norbit Astro. Nope, not that one either. Over here we've got from Njord, we've got from Norvis, and here we've got from Norbit. That's the one we want, and it's hooked up to there. So actually, this might just should just work. Except we don't seem to be getting the signal out of that I was expecting. From Norbit, okay.
Are you sure there's not some up there already in the bottom chest?
That was going to be mine. I was about to come up here and check and find out why things were not doing quite what I expected. I seem to be flying. Oh, I don't know why I'm flying over there actually, but habit. Yes, there is some down here in the bottom chest indeed. 300 of them, in fact, which is odd because I asked for 500, but oh well. So let's put them all into here. Just. Oh no, it's a lot more than 300, never mind. And it's just requested some more, but that's fine. Right, so now we have... Oh, stop flitting around like a lunatic. Okay, so down here, now that will all be sort of propagating down here until it comes out down here, where it will then stop because we still don't have enough belts.
What are we missing for that?
Low density structures, I think. Yes, low density structures again, or still. As in we chewed through all the ones that were brought up, and then they all just vanished into the starving maw that is the rest of the factory. Signal transmission is fairly UPS heavy. We need quite a lot of signal transmission, unfortunately. There's not really. We're just going to have to deal with that, I guess. Yeah, water. It's a Monday night. I'm not going to start drinking beer on a Monday night, especially when you guys are in control of my drinking. maybe for Wednesday's stream when it's only XCOM and we don't care so much about losing soldiers.
Mike, just to let you know, I've improved the plastic area cannon.
That in no way, shape, or form terrifies me.
Oh, there's a rocket falling out of the sky. Rocket parts falling out of the sky. I just saw a big shadow appear on the ground. I was going, what on earth? Oh, it's a rocket coming in. Fair enough. Has it got lots of? It's got lots of juicy low density structures in there, but also lots and lots of other stuff. So that will need to be unloaded first, including plastic, which is fitting with what Tristan was just talking about breaking. Lots of glass as well. We need to unload all of that quickly. Okay, so I have now built up all of the infrastructure required. Well, I've now plotted out all the infrastructure required to build up all of these extra telescope types. Unfortunately, there's a bit of a shortage of belts and low density structures to make those, so we're just going to have to wait at this point. The ice supply seems to be holding up quite nicely, so we've got plenty of water available here. That's good. Oh no, I'm trying very, very hard to keep all of my soldiers alive. I'm just not very good at it.
And confirm.
I don't know why I'm watching this.
For reasons that are best not discussed right now, I was watching back over some of the older ones, and I think my favourite thing that I kept seeing was I've just done this really, really difficult encounter. I have survived. Most of the people have survived, and this really difficult enemy's dead. Good stuff. Well done. Jolly good. Because they've got this one guy left with 25 time units. I'm going to run it in a straight line into an area of the map we haven't seen yet. Oh no, I've activated a whole lot more enemies. So they're going.
Slightly surprised by that, because I tend to be fairly careful not to do that. But I could also quite happily believe that occasionally I've forgotten how many soldiers I've got left that have plenty of time units available.
It was quite a common occurrence. I mean, in fact, so I am only slightly exaggerating for comic effect. It wasn't sort of a pure, I will now sprint madly towards the enemy every single time. It was just sort of quite a regular thing of,
I can't imagine
let's
you
just have a
exaggerating, no.
quick look around this corner to see what happens. But yeah, I was like, it's kind of going to go predictably.
I did once see. I found a video. I can't remember if I mentioned this because I kept meaning to talk about it and then forgetting during the XCOM stream. So I'm going to talk about it during a Factorio stream instead. But I saw a video where someone had completed XCOM, the original XCOM game, in less than 10 minutes.
That sounds very plausible, but only if you use some hacks. As in, like, an exploit, sorry.
No exploits apart from save scumming.
Which is still an exploit. I mean,
yeah. However, it was phenomenal amounts of save scumming, to the point where it was apparently it is apparently a thing, a way of a known XCOM challenge that this person was doing. Where the idea is you basically grotesque levels of save scumming. But it was quite impressive that it turns out that if you have perfect luck, which is basically what you get from the save scumming like this, you can finish XCOM in less than 10 minutes.
Is that 10 minutes of game time or 10 minutes real time?
Game time. Yeah, the real time would have been, I don't know how long it would have taken to get that level of luck. Just sort of making sure that every single individual shot just happened to miss your soldiers, and every shot and the vital shots you had to get on the aliens always landed. Yeah, I imagine it took a very long time to do it, which is possible, which maybe makes it more impressive. I'm not quite sure. But the fact that it was literally the video. I mean, the video was less than 10 minutes long, and a significant amount of that video time was the person making saves, because they'd save at the beginning of every mission, and occasionally at other times as well, so that they could then suitably save scum for whenever they needed to. But yeah, if they hadn't kept in the time when they were saving, if they'd edited it down to literally just be the actual gameplay, I reckon the video would have been no more than 4 minutes long. It was kind of scary how little time it took to complete it if everything went absolutely 100% perfectly. But yeah.
Stupid question. What's the game goal of XCOM? So when do you win?
You win once you've developed the end goal is you will the final piece of story research is you find out where the aliens are coming from, and then the final mission is you fly out there and you destroy the source of all the alien brain, basically.
Okay. Because I never played it myself, and I just watched you, playing the missions, and they don't seem to lead to a higher goal.
So at the moment, yeah, I'm kind of passing time while I shooting down lots and lots of the alien ships while I advance my technology and research to the point where I can actually go off and take the battle to the aliens. Because I've got the Martian solution is the research you do to find the final goal, and I have that available. But I want to have my psionics up and working reasonably well before I go off and do it, which is why I've been going, oh, for goodness sake, I can't be bothered to do all of these missions some of the time recently, because it wouldn't really gain me anything. Except that I kind of need to, because I'm so short of Illyrium, the fuel stuff, because all of my fast interceptors now use it up as fuel, and I keep using it up to make the good armors for my soldiers. So, yeah, I kind of need to go and get more of it in order to keep that going. But yeah, so I suppose, yes, I need to start farming the right sort of alien ships, and maybe the bases. And then once that's done, I can then head out and start, and then sort of think about the actual end game stuff. And yeah, I want to get the psionics up and working reliably. At the moment, I can't psionic anything because it turns out I was rather disappointed to discover you can't actually use psionics at all until you've discovered how good an individual soldier is at it. You can't just get them to try and see what happens. They won't, which is a bit unfortunate.
That makes sense.
Yeah, sorry about the spoiler alert there for XCOM. If anyone, yeah, so spoilers on a game that was released in 1994 there. Yes, today we are getting back to Factorio, the ending. We are planning to go for the archaeological ending because I think certainly two of us, I think three of us have already done the spaceship ending in 0.5, and so we think it'd be, in order to give us a little bit of an extra challenge, and because we haven't done it yet and it looks interesting, we're going to try for the archaeological ending. I have to admit, I don't actually know what it entails, so no spoilers, please. I don't know how much of it is here is a puzzle you need to go away and think about, and how much of it is here you need to do an enormous amount of resource gathering in order to solve this puzzle. But I'm looking forward to finding out. I agree, Homeslice. It would be fantastic if you could place blueprints on landfill or space scaffold that hadn't been placed yet. And yeah, sure, the bots would have to place the scaffolding first before the building could be placed. But it'd be nice if you could stack your blueprints. That would be fantastic. The fact that, as far as I'm aware, there isn't a mod for that suggests that it's an extremely difficult thing to. It suggests it's something you can't do with the existing game engine. We do seem to have the.
I think I read about a mod for that. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think it internally stores. Basically, you could place down a blueprint, and if there wasn't a landfill below that, it would first place the landfill and then the blueprint.
Okay. So a bit like, yeah, cause I was just thinking actually, because there is there's a recursive blueprints mod, so that is there's clearly a way of having a blueprint after blueprint.
Yeah, basically it exploits the same mechanics. Yeah.
Okay. We're still short of thermofluid up here for the scopes. I assume, but I'm going to check because assuming is dangerous. Oh no, a train has come in and dumped some thermofluid off, because here it is. I don't know where it's all gone. It must have just gone into the buffers in these radiators, and the radiators are just taking a long time to churn through. This is the problem with switching over to the more efficient recipe. The radiators take several days to actually do anything, and this is with them running at plus 60% speed as well. But when they do finish, they will dump out a significant amount of thermofluid, and then it'll all flow down into here, and we can then do a bit of stuff. But yeah, ugh. We just need even more thermofluid to be brought over here. So this train needs to, well, this factory over here needs to get back up to 60,000 again, and it's at 8. Oh, this thermofluid is being a big problem. I knew that I did know that bringing all of the all the resources, all the liquids up by barrel was going to be problematic and a pain in the proverbials. But this is just frustrating. Oh, nice idea, sticking in a bacon in here as well. Yeah, that could help. For now, why are these not set up? Oh, the belt over here hasn't been finished anyway for them, so it wouldn't help even if they had been. But copy you. I thought I. Oh no, not you. I thought I did this. Does that? Oh, it doesn't. Oh, it doesn't copy the module settings over apparently. All right, there we go. There's the modules. Okay, so there's a mod. Apparently, Jeremy says there's a mod that will place landfill first, but you need to wait for the landfill to be completed before you can place the blueprint again. I think we've got that one
okay.
actually. I'm not certain, but I think we
Yeah.
have. I suppose.
Landfill everything.
Yeah. I suppose it could bring up a rocket full of barrels. In fact, if I dropped a rocket full of barrels into here, that would work. It would require a certain amount of rearranging all of the belts and things. I don't know. I don't know if it'd be significantly better. Might be. Might guess. The amount of effort required to do that, though. Well, actually, that said, over here we do have petro barrels and heavy oil barrels being made here, and we have these rockets over here that Tristan is desperately trying to empty. So I could undo all of his hard work and just build another rocket in one of these. I don't know. Or actually, no, I just need to run them over to here. That could work, actually. Yeah, let's do that. Actually, let's use a blue underground for this. Because then it can come from here. Then it can come from here to here. Line them up properly, Laurence. There we go. Then each of these would need to be a... No, not you. Go away. Each should be one of these, like that. Which could then go an underground, like that. Then we have another splitter here, I suppose, and belts going like that. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you. Right, so now we can load barrels of petros into the rocket as well, and that already goes to the right place, so that'll be fine. We need to link this red cable here. God. Which for some reason goes to this rocket silo. That's weird. I kind of don't want to trust that. Let's put in another. Are you on the same one? Yes, you are on the same one. Okay, so we'll put in. You are not. So I'll put in another pylon here, like this, and then I can link this pylon to that pylon, and then drop it down onto these belts here and stop them running at the appropriate time. What are all the bots on Norvis doing? Is someone doing a massive bot something? Oh, up there. Okay. I'm still not sure where they all are. I don't see lots and lots of yellow. I suppose you zoom out too far.
Are they actually in use?
I don't know. They might just all be a million miles away, so it's taking forever for anything to happen. No, they're not all in use. They must.
in use.
Yeah, those are those are the ones I'm using. There's slightly more than 3, but yeah, they're presumably they're all up in roboports up here somewhere. So that it's just when I asked them to do something, they had to fly all the way back down before they could do the build I asked for. Right, there we kind of. Oh crap! No, that isn't going to work because inserters put down on the far side of splitters. I forgot that. What if I do this? There we go. Psst. Lovely. Rocket's just launched. Oh well. Can I have that pylon, please? I kind of need it in order to make sure I don't send too much stuff. Now, that's not going to happen, but still, in the interest of, doing things properly. feel like I should have that there. That's probably the bot carrying it over here. Finally. Okay. Yeah, exactly. We'll get a load of the barrels up to start with, and it's not like we're going to end up with too many of them, is it? Given the sort of the requirements we have at the moment. I could link these together, put the cable in already, and just to stop them flowing at all. That'd be that would work, but for now I don't know. I think actually having them just flow through is probably actually a good thing. Here it comes. What are they doing? Okay, they're carrying speed modules around. Oh, we're making more rocket parts. Okay. Well, presumably, at some point in the not too distant future, we'll have a rocket come down with all of the rocket parts that have just gone up. So, boom, 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 boom. There we go. And that's got, yes, that has suitable requests of barrels, but I think there's a lot of them up there already. So if we go back to Norbit, this is the wrong side of Norbit. Over here. Oh no, there aren't. Where are they then? Because it said several hundred of them. Oh, it's measuring what's in the rocket as well. This is going to break it. No, it's not going to break. No, it's not going to break things, but it might cause some funny business. So over, yeah, we'll need to change the numbers on here to make the. No, not here. Where is it? Where's the shopping? Oh, there it is, tucked in there. I need to change these numbers, and -10 isn't going to hack it anymore, so we'll need to make that -1,000, which is 100 stacks, and -1,000 of those as well. Again, 100 stacks. So we're going to bring up a lot more barrels by delivery cannon. We'll see if that makes any difference. I'm guessing it probably won't, but we'll see. And also, this will mean we'll now be able to load up. That's Norvis Orbit again. Select the right place, Laurence. That will mean we'll be able to put a lot more. Learn to control this game. Goodness sake, you've only
That
been
chest is full now.
Which
On,
chest?
in a related note,
Which chest?
the one I pinged, barrels, empty
Oh.
barrels.
Yeah, if we had to, that'll be fixed as soon as we get some more low density structures up there and get some belts up and running. So I'm doing my best. Actually,
Yes, I see.
I could.
Yeah, we need one belt.
Oh, for goodness sake. Okay, I'll flit over there and fix it in a moment once I've just had a quick glance down here. This does not seem to be running though. So what? Are these negatives? Have these been negated somewhere? So what's going on here? You are
Are you blocking it because the rocket's not built?
Oh, probably, yes. Yeah, that'll be why. Okay, alright. Confusion solved. Happy with that. For now, I'll go back and check on it in a minute, though. Right, I'm going to go over and put that piece of belt down manually, because I do have 72 left in my inventory. Oh, you're right, I haven't programmed the belts. Thank you, I'll do that in a minute. But yeah, the rocket hasn't been built, so there shouldn't be anything being created yet.
I'm watching for the bot to arrive. Oh yeah, the bot's on its way, don't bother.
I nearly made it. Alright, I'll just touch down
Yep,
over
and
here
the bot is going to place it now.
Right, the bot would probably have got there first, even if I'd carried on going. Right. So, now we can do chompy chompies with more machines, and hopefully that'll... hopefully we'll manage to get through the all of the barrels that are coming in. And hopefully also...
Damage on Taishikuten? Damage on Taishikuten?
they'll
no.
run out of meteor defense ammo.
Yeah, I've just seen what's been hit.
Has it taken out the stuff you just put in?
No. Actually, it's trashed the site production.
Is that what you're getting from that?
I don't think it's trashed it, it's just
Oh, no,
damaged
sorry, no,
it.
it hasn't. I saw purple everywhere. I thought, it's broken it all.
No, it seems to just be damage if that's the only meteor that landed. So it's not good, but the system will carry on working. Well, I say the system will carry on working. We've still got too much sand.
Yeah, but it's dealable. That's the key thing.
Yeah.
Laurence, did
Hello.
you change the science park to not send the train off if it's run out of energy science?
No, I haven't done anything today, and I
Okay.
don't Thinks? No, I think no. The train should leave if it runs out of energy science.
It doesn't look like it will. Let's have a look at the train. No, it's not telling it to leave now, and there's no energy science in there, so that's fine.
Okay.
I've just so the other end was waiting for it to be full, but there's no energy science being put into it because I've removed most of that, so it was never leaving. So that's fixed now because I've just blocked off those slots.
Oh, okay. Right. Right, so there we go. We're starting to feed the barrels through now, which of course means that this machine here is now grabbing all. This one is getting all of the barrels coming through, which is a little bit seems a little unfair. Oh, why are you researching all of this rocket stuff?
Because there's nothing else to research at the moment.
Okay, all right. I suppose. That's
There's Jetpack 3.
Where have all the bots in Norbit gone?
They're probably somewhere
They're
between your area.
Right.
They're probably somewhere
they're not
between
doing
your
anything.
area and the main bus, I would guess.
Oh no, sorry, it's because the stuff that I've put down is outside the build area. Never mind.
Okay. We're not producing barrels fast enough.
Do we not have basic beacons in space?
I've
No,
just requested them because
kind of
no, we
run out.
didn't. I don't think we've not been requesting them.
No, I haven't needed them yet, so I haven't added them to the request.
I'll be honest. I've been just sort of making assumptions that everything's available here. I take it we don't
things
have
are.
efficiency modules in space either.
Efficiency
Should be
1
efficiency
we've definitely got.
What about efficiency 2s?
Oh,
No, because they've not arrived.
rude
I'm gonna-
words.
I kind of want to request those as well. But that one was
Request.
train ones.
Speeding up the barrel belt to red wouldn't actually help because
all
the
threes would
machines
work.
were all running quite happily. It would need to be a bit more of an upgrade than that. I need to put some speed modules in or have more barrel making machines. Oh, that was the wrong button. Meant to push that button. And you, young Sonny Jim, you need to be a filter inserter because I forgot that making mirrors also produces scrap. Whitelist mirrors. There we go.
Some efficiency modules will come up in the next rocket, Mike.
Thank you. And when they do, the bots will automatically process them for me. Spanky County. 2, 3, 4, 5.
Sigh.
Oh.
So yeah, this is why you should always check your recipes properly, kids. Make sure there isn't a load of scrap being produced at the same time as you're producing mirrors, because otherwise you'll end up in this position and you'll feel kind of silly. Oh well, it's at least it's not too long a belt, I suppose. It's just a bit frustrating and a bit silly. There we go. That's tidied up the main belt, and now over here. Get rid of some of that, and down here again like that. I've come back down. Where's the mirrors? There's the mirror production. Do I have any spare mirror? No, that actually did get rid of them all. Okay, I've got rid of the beryllium as well. I wasn't quite sure whether it would have done or not. Oh, I can put the scrap into here though to get rid of this. So I have noticed a problem I am going to have here. Is the aeroframe poles don't seem to be being built as quickly as I hoped they would be. I thought they were going to be churned out in basically pretty quickly, because they're a fairly simple item, but it seems like they're a bit slower than I was expecting. So in a second I'm going to go over and have a look at that and find out why it's being quite so slow. But first I'm going to try and get rid of all the scrap that I seem to be holding. Nearly there. Right, so why are you insufficient? Oh, because there's not enough. No, you're building them pretty quickly. Maybe there was a beryllium shortage? Don't know. It does seem like actually, yeah. I reckon the beryllium was getting used up fast enough. There was a beryllium shortage, which is why there's a beryllium stick shortage. Okay, that's fair. I also note that these are outside the Roboport network coverage, so I'm going to have to put this in up about here. Oh, right, okay. That goes there then. So we need that. And then, where was it? Another one of these up in about here. And of course that then needs power. Won't do much without, can't do much with robots without power. Right. Okay, so that should now be all of these machines. I think should have everything they need. Oh, a bit of a shortage of airframe poles because they're being a bit slow to come through. Same here and same here. Okay, so it is basically working. The system is kind of working. All of the ingredients are going to the machines, but these airframe poles are being made at a woefully slow speed because the machine I've got down here making the beryllium also woefully slow. Where is it? Here it is. So I think, can we squeeze in an upgrade? No. Probably could if I put it up here, though. If I get rid of this pylon, is anything going to break? No. Excellent. If I get rid of all of this... Oh, and I still need that belt, actually. Just don't need this one. Then I can put in one of these here, and these machines run at like 10 times the speed or something. So we'll definitely use the stack inserters for this one, like that and that. It's also going to want power, which can come from that. And then, okay, once I get this placed, we can get that up and running. Okay, that will hopefully solve the beryllium shortage fairly quickly, I think. Oh, loader, of course, yeah, loaders. Why am I not using loaders? Good, excellent point. Also gets around the power. Actually, no, it doesn't get around the power problem because. Oh, wait, no, I do need that. It doesn't get around the power problem because I still need power for the space assembly machine. There we go. Good point. Loaders would be much better at it. I think because I've played Factorio for so long without loaders, they aren't automatic for me yet. I don't think, oh yeah, this is going to be a high throughput thing, I should put in a loader. I go, oh, this is a high throughput thing, I should use a stack inserter, or maybe 2 stack inserters or something like that. So yeah. I did, but it's put onto a single lane again up here where it meets the mirrors. So it actually doesn't matter. Having it on both sides of the belt is fine. I did before because I was thinking maybe I'll bring another resource up from on the bus and put it onto the same belt going up here, and then I realized actually there's already another thing that I need to put onto the same belt, so let's just do that. So you are going to be doing that. There we go. Look at it flow in there merrily. Okay, it's just because it's building up a huge pile of it in there. Now it's stopped. But still, that's pretty good. We've now got that running nicely. Okay, so this is like, yeah, 10 times the speed it was before. Okay, there's been a bit of a delay while we got it set up, but in the long run, that's going to be much better. Mirrors are starting to back up, which is nice. There we go. That's very nearly a full half belt coming from that. So that's going to be much better than what we had before. Now, out of curiosity, I noticed Marc was adding additional rocket parts in for the into the rocket. So over here, what we've got.
Yes.
A rocket has just left by the looks of it, so it brought a load down. But yeah.
We had a shortage.
But if we had a shortage, yeah, that makes perfect sense.
So we had a rocket throughput issue.
Fair enough. What is going on here? Okay, so that's bouncing across the capsules. How are we getting? Oh, here this is passing out through passing those through, and then that's waiting until it's full. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That will work. Right, beryllium. We now have plenty of beryllium, so now we have a stream of these sticks coming out. It's not exactly fast, but and these need a lot of them, don't they? So there's 60 for each one of those, 120 for each of those, and 80 for each of these. Jeez. Okay. I think this might need some speed modules. Actually, a better idea actually is probably going to be replace this with a another big machine. So let's get rid of another 2 solar panels. And we'll put this in, where's it going to fit? I'll have to go here, I think. So we'll need to get rid of a little bit of this as well. And probably another one of these. and then all of this. No, leave those. Actually, leave those inserters. They're fine. I don't know. This one was always had plenty in it. It was this has a half-second crafting time, whereas this one has a 1 second crafting time and uses 1. So it's actually this is probably going to need some speed modules, but it doesn't need to be upgraded to a full-on assembly, a full-on space manufactory. Why do you not fit there? Oh, I didn't get rid of that fast inserter. There we go. Get rid of that one as well. Then that goes there. We bring the belt across there. And then I guess we a fast insert is going to be fast enough, I think. Then we do that and that and that, I suppose. Right. There we go. That should start working out. Well, I'll need to program this once it's actually placed, but yes, that should get me everything we need along here. So you are to be making beryllium sticks, also known as aeroframe poles. I remember back in the previous version of this game, so in 0.5, to make an aeroframe pole, it was beryllium wrapped around beryllium. So you needed to process a beryllium plate. No, actually, no, it was not even that. You turned a beryllium plate into a You turned a beryllium ingot into a beryllium plate, and you processed the plate again to make the pole, and that was all you needed to do. This version of the game is somewhat stingier with the requirements. Okay, that needs to be a stack inserter. U is not the button for an upgrade planner, it's actually Alt U. Okay. Upgrade it. Right. So you take in 1 iron stick. Well, actually, that means I'm probably going to need to upgrade these as well. And I did reckon I was going to need to do that, so we'll do that as well. I assume that's giving me that's asking for, yes, it is asking for speed modules. Okay, cool. Right, so there we go. That'll get me the beryllium sticks coming through a lot faster. We'll be able to hopefully then make a decent number of telescopes. We've made one of each now actually, so we can get on with science. So that's good. Head down here. Try not to fly straight into the spaceship, because it's always annoying when I do. And right, now down here we have a little bit more stuff placed. So we've got some of the way there at least. I was going to put in another what do you call it? Roboport, when we find where it needs to go, which is apparently about. Oh, it was here, wasn't it? And we're not going to get that. Is it there? Is that in line? No, I think it must be there. So let's see. Put down another blob of that, and then we can put the Roboport in. Yeah, there. We will also need power. I'm going to use the large pylons to bring the power down here initially, and then once we've got the power down here, I shall then start to use the what do you call it? The substations, because substations are kind of useful. Substations. Do I have any of those in my pockets? I don't think I do. There's one. Just put that there. Right. Okay, so we now have Roboport coverage for this area, or at least we will fairly soon. Hello, Alexander. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so big telescopes now. I'm going to need. Let's switch over to NavSat mode because it's going to make this a lot easier. So, microwave telescope. Jeez, it's huge.
Thank you.
Is it your face? Is that huge?
You.
Right, that's sort of in line with where I've been putting the first row of everything else. So let's do that. Think about there. I'm standing inside it, of course, because why wouldn't I be? There we go. And right, so what? That's going to need frames, I'm virtually certain. I wouldn't be surprised if there is actually a sandwich place called Substation. I'm going to assume it's the sort of name you'd expect someone to have come up with. further. And then, oh, no, that's what I'm doing. Try and line up with this, which is here, and go. Let's have. I kind of want them out. Having just done that, I feel like I should. Yeah, let's leave a little bit more space because, well, it's Factorio. Space is cheap, and getting it wrong is frustrating later. Gonna need lots of belts over here, so we'll put some in now as a get them requested. Oh yeah, because we want to. Yeah, we can then run the cart things we're making here down this gap. That'll make sense. We're also going to need, I believe it's these ones. I think. Let me just go in and check the recipe again because I don't want to get it wrong. So these two are made from the astrometric data, which is this swirly one over here. So that's going to put even more demand on the on the first stage, which is mildly upsetting, but never mind. I knew what I was signing up to when I started playing Factorio. So we'll put that. Let's put that there. So I've got plenty of space, and then we can have an underground going from here to here. And then we'll run a belt down. Yeah, it's safe to run it down this gap. So let's pick that up and we'll move it across a little bit. I'll just pick up this massive microwave telescope, so stick it in my pocket for a moment, and then put it down somewhere slightly different. So put it over. Let's put it here. And that's going to give me room to do another set of undergrounds like that. There we go. That's plenty of space for future purposes, should we say? I don't know what those purposes are going to be. I'm just fairly sure they're going to exist. So I'm going to play it safe. So you are not surprisingly going to do the microwave observation frames, and that means you also require super chilled thermofluid, which is this one, which we are not currently making. So I need to hook this up and turn it on, like that. Now this is going to put even more load on the whole thermofluids facilities. You know, I think while I'm waiting for all of this to get built up, I think I'm going to go to the loo. So I shall be back in a moment.
I mean, I know it's sort of early days yet, but I'm actually okay. Not happy with the aesthetic of this bit here.
Yeah, that looks planned out.
Thank you. It is planned out.
It's a novel idea.
Well, spicy
Planning
plates.
stuff out.
Oh, sorry, right. It comes with the job.
When a rocket arrives, there's actually enough petroleum gas for a bit.
Something died. It wasn't me, Madman. I haven't died. Sorry, it wasn't me, Dupe. I haven't died. It was a bot on Novice. So, I mean, I'd show you, but
I revenged him already.
You're good man. What was it? Biters attacking bots?
No, it was basically we have some had some single worm here.
What? Did Mike get himself killed?
No.
No, not yet.
Chat says Mike's expendable.
Yeah.
Oh no, maybe not.
Bots are expendable. Mike isn't. I think is the exact rating there.
Yeah, Mike's basically a bot. Right.
Well,
so
you know.
Super Chill is this one.
Super Chill was my nickname at high school.
Definite X in chat for that one. So we've got warm, cool, cold. We don't have cool coming out here because I didn't need it for anything. That's fair enough. And then we'll bring the super chill down here. And that's going to be needed here. Is that in line? Yes, it is. that. And then we'll need some corner pieces like that, and probably that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we'll stick a 5 in there. That's nice and easy. Boom. And then we're going to have the warm coming out over here as well, so we just need to dispose of this in the usual. Why are these pylons always in the way? Stop it. I thought, I know, I'll stick the pylons down the in the gap where the where the bus doesn't go, in order to keep it out of the way and keep things tidy. And what is? Oh, I see what I've done here. I hate it, but I see what I've done. Is that going to work? No, it's far too long.
That's what she said.
Oh dear. Oh, I've put this in. This is in the wrong place. This should all be across one. Oh, so those bits actually shouldn't.
Right.
Those are needed. There we go. Right, that's better, because now that means I can put that there and have it pop up over here, and then with a little bit of this, boom, like that, I can then link it in to there. Don't mix up super chilled and super cool. The latter will get you arrested. I can't remember what I said that sounded all kinds of lewd, but I'm fairly sure it seems very likely that I did say something extremely appropriate. Would you link that up for a moment, please? Get that charged up so the bots will, do their jobs. And then over here I can finish this bit off like that. Another one around there. Right, there we go. This is now ready. No, it's not. I haven't put the inserts in. There we go. This is now ready to start working once I give it power. So
more damage on Teshikutin?
Oh dear. It's not meteor defended anymore.
To the
I
exact
just sent
same
some
components?
defenders, some meteor defense capsules there. Some
Sorry?
ammo.
Did you say you sent them over?
Yep.
Okay. In that case, it should start working
Yeah,
again.
but it you didn't
The rocket
put
crash.
It.
Oh,
Oh no.
I mean, they're... So, hang on. So the rocket crashed?
No.
There they are. Why they not go anywhere?
Oh.
Yeah.
It's like a manual loading.
Oh, yeah. Dope. There's only 174
Because we didn't have blue
of them.
chests at that point.
Yeah, presumably not.
So yellow chests.
I was about to say there are blue chests over there, so it's okay. It can be.
Decommissioned that.
Yeah.
Rather than you going from there to there, just decommission that end one, use the stack filter insert, change the filter type. You just have to turn that around for a moment to... Oh no, because they're already the wretched... Never mind.
Blue chest will deal with it.
The blue chest is dealing with it sufficiently. I mean, this is probably an acceptable level of bot usage, I would say.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, it'd be better if we weren't using bots for it, because it is quite close, but... Oh, Norvis is losing bots as well.
Again. Yeah. I'll deal with that. Ooh.
Yeah,
No.
this is... Ah!
Yeah.
We've made a concave base. We have...
Yeah, I'll deal with that. I'll just clean that all out.
Bases should not be concave. It is known.
Yeah.
Why are we not getting... Why are these substations not getting built? Do we not have any substations in space? I can't tell.
I was rather hoping we do have substations in space.
Yeah, me too. Because I've been using them. So if we didn't, if we have had substations in space, it's possible we've run out. But
yeah, but that's all kind of bad for different reasons.
Exactly. No, there's 246 in this warehouse. Have I not got my robo networks linked? No, they seem to be linked. Oh, the bots have finally turned up to do it. Okay, maybe I was being impatient. I'm not sure.
One of the things that I was admiring, and Tristan commented that it was against the principles of this established channel.
Is the underground? Is belts going under nothing?
No. That's not the bit that's against the principle of this channel.
It's a bit weird having machines and a gap for a bus and then more machines. I don't tend to do that.
Nope. Is it neat and ordered? How much spaghetti can you see?
Insufficient.
Not very much yet, but I'm sure it'll appear sooner or later.
I mean, that's about as spaghetti-esque as it's going to get.
You say that now.
It's called planning. That was the bit that was getting criticised.
Yeah, each their own. Also, where have
Well,
my
criticised
frames
is a
gone?
little strong, but only a little.
I seem to be at 15 frames per second. This is not how I like to play. Has somebody opened up with the artillery, Mark?
No.
They're going under the space, you say? Yeah. Oh, okay. I was not. I'm clearly not down with the cool kids. I was not aware that a super cool was a cigarette that's been laced with PCP. Okay. Now I have learnt. I'll probably forget in about 5 minutes, but now I know. Apparently the bots have unionized, which is why they're going slow now because they're on a break.
They unionized or have they unionized? Because bots unionizing is a thing that could theoretically happen.
Right, I'm going to redesign this bit here a little bit.
That's probably energy science tier 3.
Bot unions.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Efficiency models are right.
Oh, good. That should mean. Oh, yes. Beacons have arrived.
Oh, yes, those are right as well.
Now I'm going to.
Now that I no longer need them.
I strongly suspect this is going to be super cool or super chilled thermofluid as well. So we'll wait for that to arrive and then. But we'll wait for the telescope to arrive first and then check it because I don't want to get it wrong. I'd feel very, very silly. Well, I'd feel slightly silly.
Right.
There we go. That's the input stuff. There we go, that to put those in and out. Right. So the thing I need to decide now is how I'm going to power this because I'm putting all this onto this one central thing there. Oh, now what we're losing? Oh, still bots on Novice. That's probably okay. Sorry, bots, but the Union are going to come after me for saying that, aren't they? Right. I'm going to have to put small pylons up the middle because there isn't quite the. We're 1 square short on the range for these things. For goodness sake. You know what? Actually, let's. Is this horrible, or is this a nice way of solving the problem? You tell me. Hey, I go to parties from time to time. Actually, the main reason there aren't more videos on my channel is because I keep getting invited to parties. It's very bad for my productivity.
Here we go. Oop.
What? Why did that not place? Oh, it's because it's saving. Right. Okay. No, wait. This is going to be the cold one. So it's going to come out here, and probably, almost certainly, feed from here. But I won't actually link it up just yet, just in case. Right. So yeah, microwave telescopes done. The next step is going to be bringing down the Oh yes, I sort of half set this up, and then I was leaving it while I waited for the bots to actually put the splitter down there. So on this one, we want to filter out. It's one of the memory card types. This one, and then to go to the left like that. Yes, good. And that goes in there, and then crap. Didn't think my cunning plan all the way through. That actually is supposed to go there, and then we put another one in there. Right, there we go. That'll work. So then feed, yeah. Then we then feed these weird sort of data, the data you get from combining all of these cards together, down here. They will drop down here about 2 frames per second, and then they come all the way down this belt, and then we can start doing the next phase of the cunning plan with them, which is done in. Oh, this is done in the astrometrics facilities, the thing we've just researched. So we're going to need a lot more land to do this on. So let's put some down here, like this. There we go. Let the bots get on with that for a moment or two. How much coverage have we got? Okay, that explains why there's that funny shape on the edge of it. Science seems to be going fairly well. We're chugging away through it. Like every time I look up, it's doing something different. So it feels like things are working reasonably well. We do still have a shortage of frames and a shortage of significant datas. Yeah, basically because Tristan isn't producing the catalogs fast enough. Okay. Can we have some more frames per second, please?
Yeah, I can drop the thing.
I think if Mark's going to do this much artillery bombardment, I think you might have to a bit, I'm afraid.
Let me know how that does.
Oh yeah, I remember LAN parties being a thing. I mean, I at least as a massive nerd know exactly what you're talking about. I don't know whether the average person on the street would. But yeah, I guess it is basically a LAN party, except that we can't sort of talk to each other in person and sort of share beers around and that sort of thing. Although given the people I'm currently playing with, I'm not sure how well sharing beers around would go. But yeah, I suppose, yes, online, the internet has improved to the point where you don't actually need to go round to somebody else's house with your computer to play to play games with them all evening, which is both a good thing and a bad thing. Oh, we've lost 48. Oh no, Taishikuten's been hit by a meteor again, presumably. I thought we just fixed that.
We should, yeah.
Given a delivery chest has been received, are you sure that's that and not stuff being oversent?
Oh, it could be actually. Yeah,
Oh.
because this was set with there's lots and lots of cannons firing at this area, and that would make sense actually because it happened here before. Yeah, I think you're probably right, Tristan. I think we probably we have too many guns firing at this one poor innocent delivery cannon chest all at the same time.
Oh yeah.
And it just can't.
Do we have a warehouse on that planet to put a couple of spaces to the right and then go via the warehouse?
Yes, we do.
I'll do that.
The question is though, is a warehouse going to help?
Yes, if you count what's in the warehouse.
No, because when
it's outputting so slowly.
No, but I was thinking because when it empties, when it gets to the point of saying, "Hey, I'd like some more, please," there's about 6 different guns that all fire at the same time, and they all fire multiple. Oh, so maybe actually,
yes, but there's a decent delay between the shots.
The big question is, are there enough? Are you going to the right of this? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
The question is, are there enough of the loaders? We've got 3. That's a good start. And it's not complaining about them being missing stuff, so yeah, I think we're all right.
Do we have blue ones?
Oh yes, I remember doing file sharing by what we called SneakerNet back in those days when I was at uni. Yeah, we'd what's been hit this time? Norvis is losing turrets.
Presumably someone's been lobbing artillery out.
Yeah. Oh, it's
yes,
a
if you look at that area. If you look at that area that all the bots were dying in.
Yeah, it's been cleaned out a little bit. So it turns out Marc has not watched my video on how to set up outposts because he's put in a 90-degree corner. There's bots flying very, very slowly over that area still. It occurs to me the irony of this is for the bots to come out and repair that bit of wall there, they're going to have to fly across the concave part of the base where there's which still has some biters in it. But it's been mostly cleared out now, so I suspect it's probably going to be safe. I think there's a difference between LAN parties and having people over and playing multiplayer games on a console. It's only a LAN party if you've got a LAN. If you set up a network with the computers, then it can become a LAN party. Oh, this requires mirrors as well. I did know one of them did, honest to gov. So yeah, it's not a LAN party if your friends turn up and you play on all play on your N64. It becomes a LAN party when they all come over and you play with their computers and you play across a LAN. Sort of by definition, really. But I accept that I'm being slightly pedantic there.
Xbox has ways of having multiple Xboxes on the same LAN.
That's true. Together. Yes, if you have multiple Xboxes and you connect them together with a network, I will be happy with you calling it. I will accept calling that a LAN party. That would be acceptable. Let's put that there. Then it doesn't need I don't need to extend the other bit. Oh, Let's do that again with the tiles this time. There we go. Yeah, that I would accept being called a LAN party because it technically is. Programming parties is where they smack the guy next to you. Yeah, I think they call that extreme programming, don't they? Or yes, possibly haptic feedback. I'll go for that as well. Our evolution is
how I feel about
pretty high. I mean, basically as high as it gets, I think.
Well, it's easy way of finding out.
What is it? /evolution? Yes. For evolution factor is 0.9847, 89% of that's from pollution. Because our free power, despite not triggering biter attacks, does cause enormous quantities of pollution, which is a shame. The pollution is immediately picked up again. It never gets anywhere near the biters, but the biters still get upset about it and evolve. So, well, what can you do? I mean, I don't know. I was in map mode. That's why it was being funny. It's only a LAN party if everyone shows up with 130 pounds of computer equipment and you blow the breaker 3 times until you run an extension cord over the neighbour's garage. I don't think we've ever had the power problems, but yes, I do remember turning up to back in the days when CRT monitors were a thing. I remember going over to a LAN party but it took several trips from the car to carry computer and monitor and then peripherals in. So yep, I can go with that one. Yeah, I don't know. I still feel like there's the presence of people. Yes, for a gaming party to an extent. Yes, I will accept that. But I think I still feel like something slightly different, and I'm not quite sure. I'm not sure I can put my finger on exactly why I feel that. But I feel that calling a group of people playing games on a console together a LAN party isn't right or isn't accurate. As I say, if you ask me to
they're not on the LAN, they're on the same device.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, that's the sort of the technical pedantic reasoning behind it. But Alexander is suggesting that it's actually that because connecting computers together isn't anything special anymore. That it's actually the emphasis is more on the party part of it than the LAN part of it. So for it to be something sort of slightly special.
Yeah, I can get behind that.
So yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Oh, and Madman is observing that even though he's fully aware that he's not actually playing Factorio at the moment, hearing the destruction alert signal still makes him cringe and twitch.
Can relate.
Yeah.
One of the things before I sort of learned how to use OBS properly, I had a few complaints in my in some of my videos when because when I was recording, there was a WhatsApp alert or two would pop up, and those would make it through the videos. And people go Twitch at their checking their instant messenger programs as well. I've now since sorted that, and I now know what I'm doing, so we don't get that anymore. But back
Wait,
when
back it
first
up.
got
What?
started,
You know what you're doing?
I've learnt to configure OBS, so yes, I know what I'm doing in that specific area. We're still losing bots on stuff on Norvis. Is that still?
Yeah, I cut some power. It's okay. I'm on my way.
From misery to happiness. It's not a real LAN party unless someone ends up taped to the ceiling. I don't remember ever taping anyone to the ceiling. I do remember someone get. Oh, was it you, Tristan, who got coke on our ceiling at a house party?
No, I
Was it-
don't remember that at all.
Oh no, maybe it wasn't. No, sorry, no, it was a different sibling. It was Beth's sister, not one of my siblings. Yeah, so it was actually Phil's fault, who we were living with at the time, and he was teaching her how to juggle, and a certain amount of booze had been consumed, and a juggling ball went perfectly into a glass of Coke and possibly vodka, and it fitted into the glass so neatly that the jets up the side actually did hit the ceiling. So we actually.
What I find
That's
amusing
more
is I was
impressive,
just
isn't
going to blame Phil.
Seems fair.
I've never met the gentleman, but he does seem very blamable.
There was we had a running meme at one point, which was just Phil broke it, and that applied to almost anything that stopped working, or even in some cases didn't stop working, and just sort of wanted to blame him for.
I found my first case of thing that I needed spaghetti because I miscounted. Although,
See,
That's how it all
told you
starts.
so.
honestly, it's really not that bad.
All starts with just this one thing.
Yeah, just this one little bit here, and it's not that bad. Yeah, it'll be fine. Nobody will notice.
Fine.
It'll fit
Oh, you're
in there
going to
perfectly.
notice. You're going to notice.
Oh
It
yeah,
does
I
fit
am, and I'm going to
perfectly, but
comment on
you're
it
gonna
because
notice.
because you deserve it. But
Highlighted in the video.
yeah, exactly. Oh, frames, please. There we go. Let's turn that off. because it
I'm
looks
still
horrible.
genuinely quite tickled by the whole. He's making a rubbish amount of whatever it was, iridium plates. Not really. Oh, what is this? It's useless. Let's compare it. Let's show how bad it is. Oh, hang on, here's all the other ingots, and they're all a fraction of the amount.
That was quite funny. I agree.
It was just the
Yeah,
sort
but
of
iridium's
gleeful
so
way.
easy. So,
Oh, I
No,
know.
it-
It's barely, yeah.
I mean, I'm going to point out what I was actually saying because reasons. But what I was mostly commenting on was how much the sheer amount of belts you had for carrying about you had 4 red belts carrying about 10 iridium per minute or something. And granted, yes, you are producing far more iridium than anyone else. You're not far more. Not just iridium, because you're the only one producing iridium. You're producing more ingots than either myself or Tristan were at the time. But it was the fact that you had these massive lane of belts that was just carrying a tiny trickle of iridium that looked crazy.
Yeah, and what's your point? I mean,
No.
dear.
That's about that. That was my point. That was what I noted.
Yeah.
Right, let's put in a gravimetrics facility. Let's do it from here, though. I'm starting to see why Marc is using one of the mods I noticed he's using in his Pioneers playthrough.
Which one?
The one that allows you to press Q on the on the crafting menu to grab something you don't actually already have in your pockets.
Yeah.
So let's move that across a bit for the next one. So the next one will be going there, obviously, and then we'll put a gap in there and put in one of these over here. It's going to be problematic. Oh, actually, no, these don't seem to require coolant. Okay, it's not going to be problematic. In fact, in that case, why am I even putting this here? Let's not do that. Actually, let's... I'll wait for it to arrive, and then I can have a mess around with it and decide what I'm going to do.
Do we have the nice-looking concrete space scaffolding anymore, or is it just the ugly stuff?
Just the ugly stuff, because it's cheap, like the budgie.
Fair enough.
I haven't had any real reason to go anything bigger. Madman would like to know what that mod's called, and I've closed the text file, so I can't remember. Can you remember, Marc?
Oh, no.
There will be a video, hopefully a week on Tuesday, because I've already got one for Tuesday this week. That will be talking about all of the mods and what on earth Marc has been letting himself in for with Pionodons. And then there'll be one a week after that to show his progress so far, and then there'll be loads more after that, because I suspect he's probably made quite a lot of progress since he sent his last save game over to me. Am I right? I assume you've been carrying on playing it, and
Yes, but only a bit. Work, new
Okay.
job, and so.
That's probably a good thing, because I've also been kind of distracted and haven't made the video for it yet, which I feel very guilty about, because I said I'd make some videos. And also, if I leave you too long and you've made too much progress, then there might be too much for me to talk about in one video, and my brain might melt. I am expecting it to melt anyway to an extent, because this is Pionodons, but if we could keep the melting to a medium level, that'd be great. Right, do we have a mirror drop? What are they? Oh, it is called mirror drop. Excellent. Because I know they have a longer name, but the fact it's just called mirror drop is convenient. Right, I may well now be asking for a train. We'll see if one just randomly turns up in the next couple of minutes. Those are bots. Those are not trains. That's interesting. Because the bots are each picking up a 2x2 area, they were able to pick up that scaffolding, even though it was outside the Roboport zone. Also, there's Roboports in the wrong mode. Let's fix that.
I've noticed them place it down like that as well.
Why have I not been brought a grav facility yet? Is it just the bots are busy, or is this outside?
There aren't any.
There are. There's 23. In a red chest.
Oh,
Here.
now it no longer says there aren't any. The alerts thing said there weren't any.
What?
Until
I haven't
now
changed
it
anything.
doesn't.
I just went over and looked at it.
That's all you need to do.
Jeremy says he's been using Dolly Picker. What's this one for? So let's try and read back through the chats, because I've been... Yeah, Discord audio alerts. Yes, that was. I think. Oh, Discord. No, Discord was okay back in the day, because Discord automatically mutes itself when you have OBS loaded, because it's clever like that. But WhatsApp isn't clever, so it doesn't. Because it's produced by Facebook. So what can you say? Yeah, multiple devices for a LAN party. Yes, that was ages ago. Sorry, I've been distracted by trying to build stuff. Yes, having WhatsApp alerts in a stream is like having putting sirens in music that you then play over the radio. So I've now been I've now got rid of Discord sound. Discord sound shouldn't play anyway, because OBS filters them out or puts Discord into streamer mode. But also I'm not that even if they were, they wouldn't be coming. Oh, actually, no, because I'm streaming Discord chat for the other guys playing, talking to me. I think if Discord did make noises, they would come through. But Discord is smart enough to put itself in streamer mode, so they don't come through. There we go. That's what I'm trying to say.
I think there's two different outputs from it or something from when I was fiddling with for the GTA stuff.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm pretty happy with it. Just not. I mean, I'm happy with Discord just putting itself into streamer mode and therefore not making any noises. That's fine by me. That works nicely. Still hasn't arrived. I'll carry on reading chat. Yes, very teaching people to juggle is definitely a nerd tradition. I think I've had at least two different nerds teach me to juggle at various different times, with varying levels with both reasonably poor levels of success, mostly due to me not putting enough effort in. I can manage about 20 catches with 3 balls, and then something's bound to go wrongly. That's a good question. Well, we've been. Okay, so because I'm not hosting it, we've got the UPS set fairly. We've got the game speed set fairly conservatively to make sure that we don't have any. To make sure that I don't basically try and stop me losing frames all over the place, because I don't like that. Oh yeah, the other one was a laser facility, wasn't it? So it's lower than the game is theoretically capable of giving us at the moment. But we're being a little bit careful about it, so that's why it's down at 35 at the moment. Okay. Dolly Picker is not what I thought it was. I assumed that was a way of picking up a warehouse or a chest or something without emptying it, like the thing you can get. There's something equivalent in Minecraft for moving chests around. So apparently it allows you to just straight up move buildings around a little bit. That's interesting. It sounds possibly OP, but yeah, it could be quite useful. Oh, picker doilies. Okay, dollies. Okay. It sounds like an interesting idea. No, I'm not. I'm not playing on Windows. I'm playing on Linux, which is why when I'm hosting, we don't get the pause when the game's saving. Tristan, on the other hand, is playing on Windows, so we do. Oh, this needs filtering. I'm glad I looked. So we'll take the junk data cards out from here. Boom, 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 boom. That one. Good. And those can just go under. Ah. Where's my scrap belt? There's my scrap belt. Nope, that way. There we go. I'm not denying being a nerd. Yes, I have. I'm just using pulse audio to do sound wiring, which is fine. I've got my 3 different inputs into OBS. One for microphone, one for game audio, one for Discord audio, and it just works. It's nice and easy. Oh, BNC land. That takes me back. Yeah, when I was my first house at university, we had we wanted to have an internal network for sharing the internet connection as you do, and one of my friends had some networking gear, but he didn't have a huge amount of it. So we ended up with, I think, 2 of the computers in the house using RJ45 and Cat5 internet network, and then the other 2 computers were using BNC and 10base2, and and then we had a router somewhere in the middle that happened to have both connectors on it. So just with the stuff we happened to have, we were able to cobble together a network that had enough that was able to run for all the computers in the house, but only just. There we go. And a laser facility for the other part of it. Is that going to fit? Of course not. That'd be convenient. That'd be helpful if it fitted. So we'll take that back out again. Put that there. I'm so tempted to move this whole thing up 2 squares so that this would reach.
Do it.
Or 1 square. Actually, it only has to be 1 square. Yeah,
Do it.
let's do it. What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, now's the right time before you build much more.
Yeah. Oh, it was a lot of circuit things in here.
So what's going to happen to all those mirrors? Or whatever those are?
I've picked them all up myself because I realised it was going to make a horrible, horrible mess. So instead of being where it was before, which was there, I think it only needs to be 1 square up, probably. But I'm going to move it 2 because I can. There we go. And then I put another one of these in here, and that's far enough out. The belt's going to have to go underneath it, but that's okay. Oh, this needs coolant. Typical. All right. Oh. Well, actually, no, it doesn't matter. We'll put it there. Yeah, because then the pipes will be tucked in there neatly, and it won't matter. There we go, like that. Okay. I think I need to now just leave this for a bit and let the bots sort all this mess out I've made. Okay, Johan. Well, thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next time. Oh yes, I do vaguely remember having to put terminators on networks. That was I never really messed around with coax networks myself. It was just something I was aware of, and as I say, I had a housemate who set that up. Yes, I'm sure there'll be a few deaths on Wednesday because, well, it is XCOM, and that's what XCOM is all about. Why is... Oh, it's because I picked up the Roboport. That probably isn't helping. Well, the Roboport was picked up, at least, so it's not helping. There we go. Now we'll get this all done. Stupid problem to have. There we go. Now it actually works. Okay, so now I can start thinking about what we're doing down here again as well. Let's nip over into navsat mode for this, because otherwise I'll end up picking up destroying something I didn't mean to. And so I don't know what this recipe is going to do just yet, so we'll wait for that to get placed, and then we'll start putting in in all of the belts. In fact, you know what? Let's move this while I'm fiddling with things, if you pardon the expression. Let's move this over an additional space like that. And then these two can merge together in this one. I think I'll bring this down here like this. Here we go. Here's some spaghetti. Everyone likes a spaghetti. Do that. It's probably kind of nonsensical, but also it sort of makes a certain sense in a weird nonsensical way. Right, and then that can come over there, join onto there, and then we've got the two outputs there. I might need to split something else out of here if there's junk coming out of this system as well. I'll have a look at that once all of this has got built. Yeah, still waiting for power there, of course. That's going to take a little while. Yeah, the Roboport is unpowered. I'm kind of hoping that there'll be enough Roboportage to get this substation down, and then it'll start working. Because I don't have any in my pockets. I suppose I could, for the time being, I could do this just to power it temporarily, give it some. Excuse me. You are plugged in. I've just plugged you in. Oh no, I didn't. I missed. No, I didn't.
It's 11 o'clock, by the way.
It is. We should probably stop. Oh, it's trying to connect to that substation because it's stupid. There we go. Now the Roboport's powered. I'm sort of. I feel like I want to get a little bit further with Astro 2 before I stop, because I am quite close to having the machines down and the basic proof of concept built.
Yeah, no worries.
Right, you are going to be doing gravity wave data, which also produces junk data cards. Lovely. So we'll have another splitter there like that, and that will also clear out the junk data cards, but this time to the right. That's some very strange noises. I was wondering what on earth that was. Is this gravimetrics facility? That is a very strange noise. I'm not sure I like it. Run away. Right, okay, so that's that junk data card output there, and the good data card's coming over this way. So I need to hook up the coolants yet. That's still a thing to be done. And then I should have. Oh wait, I didn't. Ah. I mean, never mind. I'll just do it down here. But I forgot I was going to have to reprocess the frames that came out of here. Oh well, never mind. That means it's going to take me a little bit longer than I thought, but it's a solved problem really, so it shouldn't take me too much longer. Blob that out over there. But there we go. There's one type of data card coming through, and then we just need the coolants for this one. So that's the once again it's the super chilled. And where have I put the input this time? Oh, I can't put those there. Need to put it down there instead, because this is where the coolant comes in. So these will have to come out here instead, so there's room to cross over there like that safely. It's always important to make sure your junk data cards can cross the bus safely. It goes out like that, there we go, and then the coolants, yeah, so we come across here like this. And we'll bring the long one in like that, and I suppose we could stick a 5 in there, that might make certain sense. Put that there like that, and a piece in like that. And then we need to get rid of the warm from up here. There isn't anywhere particularly close I can send that, so we'll just bring it over here like that, in the same way I did before. Not that much, that's a bit crazy. Let's put in about that much, that should be enough. And put another pipe in there, and once again bring down a long pipe like so. No, not you. You. No. You come around there, or possibly to there. Can I put in? No. Words. No, it's going to be a 7 isn't going to work there, is it? Because 7s don't have connections in the middle. Or do they? Oh, maybe they do.
Yeah, they do.
Oh, I need a 9, which doesn't have connections in the middle. I'll put that there like that. That's fine. Right, there we Okay, so that's the coolant sorted once it's built, obviously. Coolant's all sorted. I think this is now all correct. So we've now got 2 types of memory cards coming out here. We now need to feed these into the appropriate what's known facilities. We also need to wait about 3 days for all of the bots to come down and actually build this area. Sorry about this. Yeah, this lot here. This flood are going to make their way down with lots and lots of stops at all of the roboports, and they're going to build up a large area of scaffolding for me down here. This is going to take a little while, though. Grumble, 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 grumble. Let's have a look at this mirror station here and find out work out why that isn't working. Have you not made a mirror train, Tristan? Is it just that there are mirrors in a station and there's no train for them?
No, I presumably have a mirror train. Yeah, I've got a mirror train. Mirrors are not being picked up at the moment. There's 48 stacks in there.
Oh, okay. It's just the construction's too slow then.
I have set it to double the production rate.
Okay,
it
cool.
hasn't.
All right.
actually built yet.
As long as there is a known reason why we're not getting the mirrors through, then I'm kind of okay with that. It's probably animating slowly because we're running at 34 UPS, I imagine. Or we could be short of power. No, we're not short of power. We're short of processing power rather than electrical power. Yeah, maybe in the video it'll be a little bit. It'll animate a little bit more quickly than that. Or maybe you're just used to always having speed modules in them. Hello, Paul. Welcome to the stream. Your timing is a little unfortunate, as I imagine we're probably going to be finishing relatively soon. Now, not just yet. We'll be around a little bit longer because I decided I wanted to finish off getting Astro 2 up and at least up and producing the catalogs, or most of the way to that. But it's taking a little while for the bots to come over and do all the building here. Yeah, I'd noticed they were a interesting actually. Yeah, these are a new sprite for certainly for 0.6. I commented on the when I did my mod comparison video, I was talking about the various things like the graphics in it, and I said the graphics in space exploration are all very, very nice, but there are quite a lot. I noticed a certain amount of graphical reuse, like the mechanical facilities and the recycling facilities and the crushers are all the same graphic, just recolored, and the astrometrics facilities and the grav facilities were the same sprite but recolored. I think these used to be red or possibly purple, but I think red though. And Arundel commented on it, and he said yes, he was aware of that, and actually he'd produce a new graphic for the gravimetrics facilities that was going to be in the next version. So yes, he's definitely improving things. Oh yeah, you're right. The signal transmitters agree on one of these telescopes as well. Or given the order you tend to get them in, these telescopes are a blue version of the signal transmitter. That's a very good point. Also, the radio telescopes and the microwave telescopes look identical as well, but then, to be fair, they are just both a big dish, so that seems reasonable to me. Okay, well, we've got a chunk of the scaffolding placed, but not in a coherent enough way for me to actually start using it. That's true, you're right, there are signal receiver dishes as well, but then, again, it's a big satellite dish. I feel a bit more forgiving on that one. The other thing is, I think the laser facilities and the thermodynamics facilities are the same, and possibly the nuclear radiation facilities. Yeah, that one and
Particle
that one.
accelerator and collider are the same, I think.
Oh, that's true as well.
Colours.
Yes, you're right. Particle accelerator and the particle collider. Yeah.
But the colour makes them look very different.
But again, once again, they're doing the same sort of thing, aren't they? So they're both tubes that you pass particles through at extremely high speeds. So again, I feel slightly forgiving about that one. they having them look the same kind of makes sense. Ooh, let's check.
Particle collider is just a particle accelerator that has them collide afterwards.
Yeah, it's just a particle accelerator that's pointing in the wrong direction. Okay, so it is again in an astrometrics facility with a data card. This feels like a Cluedo thing. Yes, I accuse the X-ray observation data in the astrometrics facility with the blank data card. That seems reasonable and likely. Okay, so hang on. Do they require coolants? No, but they do produce a certain amount of junk. Right. Okay. So this is going to be a fairly easy thing to put together. In fact, you know what? Let's just copy this. and put it here, I guess. Where are the undergrounds? No, there are the undergrounds. Put it here. That seems reasonable. Right, so we've got this input belt here. Oops. Splitting out the two different types. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So that's this belt. That goes in here with an underground. Let's do this properly for once. There we go, like that. Then this one down here, therefore, is going to be the memory card. So we want to come up here, find the memory cards, and then go like this. Oh, for goodness sake. Idiot. What has happened here? Oh, I see what's happened here. Right, this should have actually been on the outside of that. Fine, I'll do it like this. That's annoying. And because dealing with the pipes is slightly fiddly, I'm going to have this come out here like that and then come back in across here. So that means we will have an underground belt going across here. Like that. Excellent. That's going to feed the cards in, and then up here we're going to have the two types of data cards come out, and we'll... Yeah, I suppose we could bring them over here like this. That works quite nicely. And then down... No, wait, that's the junk coming out. Never mind. Comes over here to here. And also, you know what? Let's make this go that way. Going that away. With that bit, and then that way we've got them both, sort of two on one piece of belt, which makes a little bit more sense. And down here, what are you? You're oh yes, you're the belt, you're the memory card input. You are the junk disposal. Excuse me. Why are you in the wrong place? Like that. So yeah, once again, onto the belt here. In fact, if we move this across one, then we can put in a splitter here, and there's actually a reason to put them on opposite sides of it, and try and keep the junk belt a little bit balanced. That's going to feed round and round, isn't it? Well, I'll put a filter on that when it's placed. Yeah, I don't care about your OCD. It's a... Oh, agreed. I mean, my statement was all the graphics in space exploration. They're all absolutely fantastic. I really like it. It all looks really good. But I did notice a little bit of reuse. But yeah, it's fine. Big Dish
Mike.
sounds... Yes, Big Dish is a large media company, I suppose.
Do you have a location for the pickup station for the material testing packs? Do you have a place you're planning for it? Okay, not a station yet, but partly checking it's not one of the ones on the left, just for the...
It is not.
Okay. Didn't actually realise there weren't stations there.
When you see, didn't realise there weren't stations there.
I noticed there were spurs off it and didn't pay attention to the fact that there were no station blobs on
Oh,
the
I
end.
see what you mean. Yep.
Okay, I have a train for it. That
To be a bit less
I can set up
weird.
Really good.
when you're ready.
Thank you. Well, as you can see, I'm nearly ready.
Awesome.
There
So I
we
believe
go.
that's the last thing for tier 2 energy. For
Really good.
the catalogues, at least.
Yeah, good stuff. As you can see, I'm just placing down the last things. It's currently in a duel of bot usage with Laurence again.
Yeah, as is tradition.
Sorry,
That's true.
I didn't catch what you said because my computer. There's a gravimetrics facility making strange noises in my ears.
I was
listening
just
for
saying how
progress.
Mike is the best, and therefore all the bots are helping me.
I've got some coming in over here, but yes, I will admit I could do with slightly more than this. So what are those ones? Okay, so if I put the blue X-ray frames out on here, where are they coming from? Here, X-ray frames. There we go.
That is a weird noise.
It is. It's kind of disconcerting in a sort of, weird way.
I'm currently saving switching on materials
You will then be doing
pack
that
testing,
one. That's right.
materials testing pack until all of the bits have been placed, which is not that far off. Then I'm going to fly over and use my bots to quickly put down the last bits of belts all at once,
Sure, that's
so that you can see the whole thing come to life at the same time.
ah.
It's
Sounds
quite
neat.
satisfying to see that.
It
Yeah.
is. This is broken. Let's take okay. There we go. Right, okay. And the other advantage of doing it like that is it means you don't end up filling up your pockets with stuff when you realise you made a mistake and have to tidy it up again.
I designed the thing in Blueprint,
Oh,
the Blueprint thing, so I know it's all in the right place now.
that feels like cheating. Oh, this is reset its programming because I copy and pasted it again, or pasted it again rather, and so is this one.
Yeah, you're not risking getting things wrong.
Yeah, it's no fun.
Well, I mean, mistakes were made. It's just that they were also corrected quickly and easily.
Lawrence, do you want to place the next chunk of scaffolding you're going to need?
Nope,
So I'm
it's
going to
getting
place
destroyed.
some more, but I don't need it at the moment.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that'd be a good idea because I am going to need a bit more space for this. I don't know if I've got the Roboport coverage for this actually. Find out in a sec. I've got half of it. Okay, great. That might actually be enough space. Actually, what does it look like? What do you need to turn? Right, so I've got the 4 data cards coming through at this point. Oh, okay, that should be enough space actually. I think. Yeah, yeah. I'll wait for the bot frenzy to begin, and then that should be I should be okay here. Have we got everything we need? No, these Astro facilities still haven't arrived. Oh, and these will need to be reprogrammed. Otherwise, we're going to get sending out a lot of stuff to places we don't want to. So that's going to be an X-ray observation data. This one is going to be microwave. Yes, microwave observation data. These need to be set to microwave, but their buildings haven't arrived yet, so I can't do anything about those. This is the downside of having the base spread out like this and building by bot. Whereas in my last run through, I built much more, but from my pocket. So I spent more time flying back and forth back to the sort of center of the base, getting stuff, and then my personal bots would build it. Whereas this time we've gone for the let's just cover the entire world with one giant robo network, which I mean it means less time with me flying around going, oh I forgot this thing, I better go and get some, but it means the bots spend ages flying across, and to be honest I think the bots the bandwidth of a player is significantly higher than the bandwidth of the bots.
You could fly back to get the machines
I could.
when you need them.
Yeah, that's true. I could do it that way.
Okay, the last few things are being
Right,
put down
why
now.
is that? Oh, it's the mirrors. I'm still waiting for the mirrors. That's why. Okay.
Actually, it's a bit of a flurry of
Oh.
bots. I'm hoping some of them became modules.
That wasn't me.
You got to the point where you can tell when I've just had a massive drop in
Yep.
my frame rate by me going. Ugh!
You just
like
have it
that.
again and again.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's me placing down a bunch of scaffolding.
Oh God.
So,
Right.
okay.
Okay.
I finished that now.
Thank goodness for that. I think I might just copy this whole setup again, because presumably
That is exactly what I did for mine. It used the same cold.
I'm trying to remember why I put the pipes on the outside of the substations for this build. To be honest, I could probably put the pipes under the substations as long as I put the substations in the right places. So let's do that and make the whole thing a little bit more compact. So I'll take this much of it and put that in. I keep moving everything slightly further and further back with each set of stuff I build, so let's not go quite so far back this time. It's getting silly. So put that there, and I'll save it on my clipboard because I can have multiple things on my clipboard because this is Factorio, and that's why one of the things we like about it. Then, oh yes, let's copy and paste these pipes in as well, and then I'll fix the problem. The inevitable problems are going to happen from me having moved things a bit closer. So that will go there. And now at this point, none of these pipes work. It's slightly worse than I was expecting, actually. So maybe I'll do this slightly differently. You don't need you. If I put these between the pipes, oh no, they're too long for that. Oh. Let's keep those. Let's keep the 5s in the middle of there then, like that. Not going to be able to do anything there, but what we'll do, then we'll just fill the gaps in with normal pipe, I think. Like that, and that, and that, and that, and then underground pipes all the way along here to pass through under the substations. But it fits quite nicely like this, so I don't feel too bad about that. There we go. Yes, exactly. Sorry, I didn't hear you. The gravity was too loud. Yeah, the casting machine's not the prettiest of things, but they're quite small, so you can't really tell how ugly they are, so that's fine. It doesn't matter so much. It doesn't.
And I mean, it's a machine for casting metal. It's not going to
be
be
pretty,
particularly pretty.
Yeah, the clipboard kind of is a blueprint book because when you hit paste, you can then scroll through the last 10 things you pasted. I mean, I'd call it more of a paste history than a blueprint book, to be honest. I tend to treat my entire factory as my blueprint book, much to Tristan's consternation when I put down a station and accidentally summon a load of stuff I didn't actually want. Although I say his consternation, to be honest, he then just laughs at me until I.
Pretty much. You can nick that train if you want.
Why is it not full?
I sent it over manually so that you could
okay.
nick it at some point if you want.
Yeah, let's do that.
Assume you set up your station right, it should just go there.
Well, it's going somewhere. Hopefully it'll be mine. Hopefully I'm the nearest. I might have it open just in case it tries to go somewhere I don't want it to. Oh, no, it's alright. It's going. Yes, it is going to my station. Excellent. How many mirrors has it got? 3,000, and I'm triggering at 2,000. Yeah, triggering at 2,000. Okay, so with the number that are going to flood out into my factory, we're not actually. I'm going to have demand for another train, but never mind. That doesn't matter. It's a, once again, proof of concept sort of thing. So, what are you? You are okay. You are cold, not super chilled. That's. Oh no, actually, we don't know yet because I haven't set them with the correct recipes. We'll find out in a moment or few.
Energy 2 is cold.
Okay.
It's the same temperature as Energy 1. I'll put it that way.
Interesting. I may need to run another pipe from up here.
Hey, would anyone like to watch as the first?
Yes.
That's what she said.
Where are you? Oh, okay. Right, so it's your.
We were both being helpful.
Yep.
When you turn on the material testing packs production. Cool.
So, there we go. I put those down. My bots placed them, and they should now start working.
Stuff is happening.
And there go red metals. Excellent. Great.
They are pretty quick to craft.
I mean, they've got quite a lot of speed modules helping them out. They're plus 150%.
But also, they are also quite quick to craft.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Thank you. It's just quite nice to see them all turning on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. There is something very satisfying about watching all of the ingredients pour into a factory.
Yeah.
Oh, and you're full.
I mean, yeah. I'm not really doing anything with them. They're just the belt stops.
Well, you do need to dump them into a station for Tristan at some point.
I do, and that's kind of next on the list.
I mean, that explains
and
why
also for me,
there, of course.
because I need them in 2 places.
For Tristan and also for Tristan.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, one of them will be helpful to you guys probably, because it'll be for the pink stream.
I'll probably need that at
Particle
some point.
stream. I don't know who needs that. But...
Right, so we're not doing that. We are doing that here.
Is that one on my list? No, plasma streams are one on my list.
Tristan, you research could you set it because you kept track of
there's
what we're doing.
So I could set it researching more rocket survivability. I could set it doing zone discovery.
Just anything, just keep it running.
Just keep the demand on.
Yep. The factory must grow.
Science must science. Nope.
I'm already out of rare metals. What is going on?
Where are you requesting it from?
Norvis. Yes.
Norvis. Oh, more's just oh no, that's something else. That's plastic. It's just not outputting any. What?
Hang on.
Oh, you only output when there's more than 50 in the warehouse.
Yeah, but that's a basic thing to make sure that it doesn't. If that's future proofing, it doesn't need to do that. It could empty the warehouse. There is a benefit in it not. What's the word? Here we go. Why are you not shooting? Because there's no delivery can capsules. Why is that? But you've got less than what? You're pointing the right thing.
What do
You
you
hooked
warm?
up.
Warm.
It doesn't because
This
you're
green
only
thing-
requesting one plastic.
It's because it's on. No, it's. Yeah. Why am I in the what?
Because you've got a warehouse that's got 49 left in it, presumably.
Oh, it's only
but if
requesting
you look at
minus
this
1.
condition here, it requests -1 when I've got less than 1,000 of anything.
Oh, okay, right.
That's okay.
Interesting way of doing it.
If anything is
Yeah.
less than 1,000, then output that thing, and then multiply that thing by -1. Okay, that is. So you've got minus. You've got
But it
-1
should be
plastic on your
request-
output.
It
But
should be requesting basically
everything except concrete. So
Oh, do you
why is
need
it
an
not?
each for that? Yeah, I think you need each for that rather than anything.
Each output, each. Yep, there we go.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I've never tried to do it quite like that before, so
No, I.
I'd just put a -1,000 on the combinator wherever your combinator is, and that's my request, or -1,000.
Right, instead of the decider and arithmetic.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Is it
exactly.
constant? Well, that does allow him to change it.
Oh,
from green
what's
to
going to
red.
happen if your warehouse empties completely? Is your system going to break? Because then there won't be an there won't be
Yes.
warehouse,
anything there.
But it won't empty completely.
Yeah, strictly speaking, yes. It
Oh, but you've got them
won't
set not
empty
to.
completely
Okay.
because I've got them set. Yeah.
Right.
That
In the
explains
same
why
way
you have
that-
it doing that.
Well, I mean, so it's a generic thing. So like this one here, copper, because it's got 2 outputs to keep them balanced. It's a standard balancing thing.
Yeah, but it has the side effect of meaning they'll never empty, and therefore you'll never have none.
Exactly. And then
Yeah.
even when
Okay,
you've got like the
that's-
plastic down here, which will never empty, which only has 1 output, so it doesn't need to be balanced.
Yeah.
It's
No,
still got that
I
benefit.
see your point, and yeah, that will fix the problem I was concerned about. So yeah.
So you presumably had to manually trigger the first one.
Yes, but then again, you have to sort of manually tell it to get a gun and point it in the right direction and all that stuff anyway. So it's not really that much of an extra bit of effort.
Yeah, it's not a problem.
Yes. I was waiting for
But
my.
it's also the added safety mechanism of if you accidentally plumb it all in before it's ready or whatever, then the gun still won't fire. Because you've got to manually override the system and tell it to fire, and then. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate there are other ways I could do it.
Yeah,
There are loads of ways you could do it.
You'll know. I hope it was notable that I wasn't going in and criticising it. I was merely going, "What do you do?
Oh, yeah,
Why are
yeah,
you
yeah,
doing
no.
what you're doing? Oh, I see. I understand what you're doing. Why that? How that will work? Because
Yeah, it's rather than going and copying what's around, I thought, how would I do this? And
Yeah,
say,
that's fine.
let's do that.
yeah,
If things are low, then
having a negative number on it normally is very important, so you don't end up with it shipping stuff with it. Oh, that's broken.
If you have a power loss, you
Yeah.
don't want it to suddenly start firing off.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
And because all the other ones are based around how I normally do it. You're not all set up. No, you're not set up.
It's
for
not
twos.
that you need to have a negative number, it's that you need to send a number. You need it to, when you need it to send some, you need to send it a message. So you could send a positive number and configure it in so that
Yes, that's true.
works.
Yes, you need to
Yeah,
make
yeah.
basically you need to make sure that 0 doesn't send stuff, and that 0 being
Yeah.
sent, and if you run out, it doesn't break. As long as those
Yep.
two are sort of the case, then you'll be all right.
Or that you can't run out. in,
Yeah, that's true.
Mike's
That
case.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, and a possible edge case would be if a meteor strikes or something like that. But yeah, we're looking at sort of silly little edge cases at this point. So
And
Yeah,
Warehouse
I mean-
has enough survivability that
Yeah,
it should
true.
cope with that. So the
Yeah, I
CME
mean-
is your risk now. So you have 1 day, Mike, then you might be in trouble.
Nah, we've got
one day more.
loads of defences. It'll be fine. Yeah, I mean, at the point once the CME's gone through and demolished everything, then you've got bigger problems to think about.
Yeah.
What?
which genuinely reminds me of an actual conversation I had with I won't say which agency, but an agency which does satellites, not UK specific. Sort of narrows it down, really, doesn't it? Where they were saying to me, we are concerned about case sensitivity in this system. And I was going, what? Why? Why are you concerned? It's like, oh, well, because if you have two identical things with, or it's two things which are different but have very similar names, the difference being capitalization, then you could have an accident. I was there going, yes, because your user won't necessarily spot the difference between the two and click the wrong thing. And they were there going, no, our users are perfect and make no mistakes. And I was just sort of sat there going, I don't know how to respond to that without being really rude.
Have I got something outputting cool thermofluid? Surely not. No. Why was that being funny? Why is that? Well, it delete. There is. Huh? Is one of these the wrong way round, or what's going on? Right. So we've got in this system we have nothing, and we have various things trying to output warm thermofluid into it. Okay, fine. Over here, we have fluid system only has warm in it, and not very much of that, because I've been cutting pipes because I've been trying to solve the problem. But somewhere there is... Oh, here we go. Oh, this is outputting warm thermofluid, the sod. I have found the problem. It was one of my buildings. One of my buildings is a sod. And it got placed by bots.
Half a second behind you for spotting it.
So I thought I checked and there wasn't anything that produced warm thermofluid, so that's quite annoying.
There's always one.
Yeah, but I thought I checked. I mean, I know there is often is, but I thought I checked and there wasn't for this particular build.
I feel like it's one per science type, just to make sure you
fair.
will have that issue.
I thought, yeah, I honestly thought I'd gone through and checked what would be producing it and found where.
Hopefully that means I've had my one, because
you've had one
already. Yeah.
I've lost track of which one it was now. It was this one.
By the weird noisy thing.
Yeah, it was the laser facility. Right, so we'll need to ditch that because it's in the wrong place, in the wrong type of pipe. We can bring that through over here like that, and then round. Boop, boop, boop. And then once we get the sigh, dramatic sigh. Just pipe. Nearly, I'm so close. It's frustrating because I'm so close to having this up and running, but of course there's various bits that are broken, and now I'm doing the wait for the robots to bring over the. Actually, let's not wait for the robots to bring over the. Let's
half 11, by the way. Sorry, just nosed.
Okay, I am so close to having this finished. I just want to. Oh, I don't even need to come this side down. Right. Long ones, please. That goes there.
I could tell them it's an ID10T error no guard, or there's a PAC issue or a picnic issue.
The problem is people now know what most of those things mean. So, describing something as an ID10T error only really works if you're being smug about it, and the person you're calling an ID10T doesn't know what you're saying.
Yeah, it gets really awkward when they get really, really angry about it.
Right, those pipes need to get brought over, and then, well, have we at least got three of? Yes, we've got three of the memory cards turning up down here, so that looks like three of the systems are working. Not necessarily working quickly, because this is the proof of concept where I just chuck the buildings down and go, yep, that seems to be producing everything, and then I can go and sort of copy stuff out later. But yeah, oh yes, I forgot how slow these radio telescopes are. It's only a 4-second crafting time. Maybe it's not that bad. That's a 12-second crafting time. Jeez. Oh, but it does produce 12 X-ray observation frames each time it runs. Okay. So that's 1 per second, whereas this is 1 every 4 seconds, and that's assuming nothing breaks. Well, actually, nothing does break in that one. This one, on the other hand, has a... Oh no, that one does actually. No, that one's 100% as well. Okay, cool. It's just these. It's this stage where you get some of the stuff turned to scrap, don't you? So you put in your 4 X-ray observation frames, and you have an 85% chance of actually getting a data out. And here you have a 75% chance of it actually working. But it uses. Okay, but these two use fewer frames than the ones up here, so that's just not quite so bad. Oh yes, yes. If you're copying something, if you can select it like that, or if you hold down Shift, then it goes blue, and then you get the options to go in here. And yes, I suppose yes, you can remove stuff. More importantly, you can also tell it that you want it to note you want it to include tiles as well, like that. And there's a grid snapping as well system available as well, which I've actually not played with. I probably should at some point, but yeah, I don't actually care about that. And that will create a blueprint temporarily, which you then will probably find ends up in your inventory, and you don't know what to do with. Are we cooking with proverbials? I think we might be. You now are happy. No, because you haven't got an exerter. Or an Right, so you are... What are you doing? You're pulling in from that side and you're dumping out on that side. Go. Oh, it already had some... Oh, it must have had some in it because I pressed Shift-C and emptied my inventory. That's an unfortunate side effect. Why are you not going the same way as this one? Because I haven't set it up properly, that's why. There we go. I'm glad I'm here to fix these things. This is why I lost in the Factorio rocket race, the challenge a little while ago. Okay, so that one is producing. We've seen them go down there. This one's producing. We've seen them go down there. How slow are you? 20 seconds to produce a 95% chance of producing a data. Wow, we're going to need a lot of those. But cards are now coming down here. Oh, I think we might be about to make our very first Astro 2 catalogue.
Wait.
Dun, dun, dun. This is a long recipe. It takes 20 seconds. What? Why is it taking so long then? This is longer than 20 seconds. This is longer than 40 seconds. I think. Feels like longer anyway. Oh, there's a second machine running as well now. And... Hey, there we go. And it doesn't produce any other junk, so we can just now run this belt all the way up to the train system up here. But I'm not going to actually run it into it yet, because I think at some point I'm going to want to fiddle with this and do... and move these belts around a little bit. So I'm just going to run the belt to about here. And I'm going to run out of belt like that, apparently. It's going to come down to here. And then... to there, I suppose, which means I then need to do this. And that. There we go. Right. So now, at least once this gets built, the catalogue 2s will be making their way up at least towards the station, so they'll be fairly close. I mean, the other thing I could do is go into the train here, and actually I could do with having one in my hand to make that a bit easier. Let's do that. Okay, I think I'm probably about ready to finish now. I've done the thing that I was trying to do before we stopped. Does anyone have anything they wish to finish off, or they wish to sort of show or tell before we finish, or should we leave that all that for the videos that are going to come out at the end of the week?
Thank you.
No, I'm good.
I think I'm good.
Okay, so thank you everybody for watching. I hope you've had a good. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. As usual, I'm sure you have, because you're here at the end of it. Therefore, you've probably enjoyed it because you've watched the whole thing. I think it's been as usual, but it's been a reasonably productive stream. We've got a big long list of all the things that were broken, have been fixed, and we've produced further stuff. So Tristan's been talking about energy 2, so he's getting towards it at least, which is that's
Energy 2 is done, other than
Oh, is it?
material testing packs.
Oh, okay. So he's got that up
and boosting numbers.
Nearly up and running, and yeah, okay. Mike has got material testing packs being produced over here, and he's got started on the station to ship them out. Good. Marc has been messing around on Norvis because we kept
Yeah,
having
I
crises
didn't
down
do
there.
any
So
bio. I
nothing.
fixed
Blowing
a
up
lot
all
of
the
small
biters.
things all around.
Yeah, sorting out crises. That's fair. Somebody needs to sort out the crises. And of course, I've got the Astro 2 up and running slowly over here. So that's going very nicely. So next time it'll be a case of plumbing all of that into the science facilities up here and getting that running and we're starting to use the improved insight generation as well. That'll be quite nice. Uh, what have you missed? Well, I'm afraid you're going to have to come along on Friday and Saturday to find out what you've missed. Hello, Rael. I'm afraid your timing is rather unfortunate because I'm about to finish because it's kind of late over here, and yeah. But there will be the VOD will be available, of course, and and I'll be producing the usual update videos. So yes, come back on Wednesday. That will be a non-Factorio. That will be an XCOM stream, so I'll be carrying on with that. And I really, really want to get the psionic abilities on my troops up and working then, because that's going to make surviving things a lot easier. And also, if we can get the stupidly big missile things working as well, that'd be really nice. So that'll be, again, will help survivability unless we accidentally shoot ourselves in the feet and wipe out the entire squad with one shot. That is entirely possible to do, but I shall endeavour not to. Tomorrow there is going to be a video coming out for supporters, which will showcase a facility that or a system that someone on Discord sent over to me, which is quite cool. It's space exploration based. It's a cunning system involving rockets and enormous numbers of combinators. So I think that's pretty cool. And so if you're a supporter, come along tomorrow and you'll see that. It'll be on the Discord. If you're not a supporter, maybe become a supporter. So that's a Twitch subscriber, a YouTube member, or anyone who's donated some money on Ko-Fi gets the supporter role, and there's a private chat area and early access to videos. Thursday we'll have a GTA video coming out. I think there's still some left. I need to make some more of those. And Friday and Saturday we'll have we'll have the catch-up videos for the Factorio stream. So talking about all the stuff we've been up to today, essentially, and the whys and the wherefores and the hows and what everyone else has been up to, because obviously the stream very much concentrates on what I've been doing because you're seeing it through my eyes. I might be a bit late on Wednesday starting the stream because I'm going to be in London for work, but I will be around and starting it as soon as I can. So I'll post on the Discord to say how things are going if I get stuck on the train or anything. And then of course we're back on next Monday for another space exploration stream. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed it all, and well, I shall see you next time. So bye bye and see you then.
Bye, guys.
Hi, chat.
Bye.